session, June 30th, 2022. Work session in order. I show the time at 9:04. I show we have a full quorum with Kim. Right here, everybody's here, but Kim in the on the road here. So I'll need a motion first off to have allow participation from other council members.
So moved.
All's in favor? Aye. Motion passes. Motion passes. Next agenda. Do we have any?
Yes, we do. I have two.
Austin, did you update with these in here?
It does. We're only taking two things off, so it's weird updating that way. But Amy's got them.
Okay, so number one, remove item of discussion and consideration of options for area vacated by Oak Tree at Mark Oak Park.
We're removing that.
We're removing that. And number two, table item of discussion of the Village of Marvin's voluntary annexation plan. That's all I've got.
Annexation.
I can't get my computer.
All right. Okay. I'll need anybody else? All right. I'll need a motion to accept the agenda as amended.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Motion passes. First up, presentations. We have a presentation from Union County Library Foundation. I think I recognize it here, but I owe an email to somebody, I think, because I've been traveling. That would be you. Okay. But I know I saw an email and I need to get back at it. My apologies. I have been traveling quite a bit. So. Kim, can you hear?
Yes, I can.
Good.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I appreciate you all letting us be here. My name is Nina Chapman, and I am the library director for the county. So I want to talk about the library that we're building, what it's going to look like, where it's going to be, and why it has taken so long to be built. So we've been trying to build a library on the western side of the county for quite some time. I'm sure many of you are aware. Originally, we were going to build a Weddington library and a Waxhaw library. And that was back early 2000, so 1999, they decided that that's what they wanted to do. They being the Board of County Commissioners. And they were going to build two 20,000 square foot libraries. And in 2006, they actually put some money towards the project, and the Weddington Library was supposed to be built, and they gave not the entire cost of the project set aside in capital funds, but enough to get it started. And since 2006, then in 2008, if you remember, the economy was going down, things were not looking good, and so they rethought their plan, and they, for fiscal responsibility, they decided that they would just build one super regional library that would serve both of those areas. So super regional being 35,000 square feet. And that was going to take care of the Weddington and the Waxhaw region. So that's where the switch came into play from building one in Weddington and one in Waxhaw. It was mostly driven by money and the fact that it's cheaper to run one building versus two. So that was in 2008. And then the economy went down, things didn't get better. And it took until 2016 to actually put the library on the ballot so that the residents of Union County could approve the bond. So in 2016, we put a $10 million bond on the ballot, and it did indeed pass. It was over 70% positive. So we got a really good support system from the county. County, and they were willing to fund the library. So we put it on there in 2016, and now it's 2022, and we still don't have a library. And this is just a quick summary of what took so long. Basically, all these things on this timeline took almost a year. So we had to actually put the RFQ out, we had to get the architectural services squared away. And we did all this in the middle of COVID as well, which that didn't help anything either. But the site selection process took a while, and the fact that we, through general statutes, the library board of trustees is the one that recommends where a library should go. Ultimately, the board of county commissioners have to sign off on it, but they're the ones that make the recommendation. So they're the ones that helped determine where the site should be, and the reason it is where it is, basically, again, comes back to money. It's next to Cuthbert's Middle School because the school system owned the land, there would be no cost to acquire it, so we could use the $10 million bond money to actually build a library instead of trying to purchase land with it as well. So that's where we are today, and we have been working on getting all of the construction side of things going, and if you've built anything recently, you know that there's a lot of delays in the construction industry, steel being a big problem with building things, and so everything was delayed once again because of those supply chain issues. So here's where we're going. There's 34 acres there next to Cuthbert's Middle School. High School. We're taking 15 of those. And our library will sit closer towards Lawson than it will the school. There'll still be a 15-acre buffer between the library and the schools. This is what it will look like, and this is what will face the road. So this is what you will see when you're driving down Cuthbertson Road. This is what you'll see from the parking lot side. So this is where you would enter into the library. Again, another view of the parking lot entrance. And then there's just the side view. One cool thing about this library is that where that door is on the side, next to it is a drive-up window. So people can pull through, they can drive up, they can pick their books up on hold, and they can also return their items at the same time. We don't have that in any of our other libraries currently. The library is kind of shaped like an L, and so this is the interior of it. So a nice green space, lots of windows. If you've been to the Monroe Library, there are no windows, so we were very cognizant of that. I wanted to put this library with windows. Just a cutaway so you can see how it's all laid out. Same thing in. And then some interior shots. So there is a meeting room in this library. It will hold about 50 people. It's slightly smaller than the meeting room we have at the Union West Library. But we do have plans to build a very large meeting room, ultimately in phase 2 when we're able to do so. There's more shots of the children's area. Children's takes up the largest footprint because that's the biggest business that we do is serving kids and their families. And then the adult side, there are study rooms. We currently don't have any study rooms in the Waxhaw Library, and so we will be able to offer 4 in the new library. So there's the floor plan. That's the children's side. Like I said, it has the largest square footage. There's a story time nook. There's actually dedicated programming space for children as well. And then the book stacks and the computers, and then they'll have access to the outdoor space as well. Then you have the adult side, the stick out, the 4 little rooms that stick out. That's where the study rooms are, so those will face the road. And they'll all be designed differently. So the study rooms that we have now, all of the furniture is the same. They're all set up the same. These will have a different feel in each room. So maybe you just want a quiet space that has soft seating. You'll have that, and then maybe you want a desk and a chair. You'll have that option too. So they'll be configured differently for different purposes. We do have a dedicated teen space since we are so close to the schools. We wanted to make sure that there was a spot for the kids to go. And we do have our small meeting room up at the front, which can be closed off from the library, which means you could be able to use it even when the library is closed. And we do have a STEAM lab, so STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. We have one of those in the Monroe Library, but we don't have one anywhere else. So we'll have one in the new library as well. This is phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. The things in purple are what we're going to go first. The things in teal are phase 2, so that is an additional 5,000 square feet, and it is a meeting space. So the library was designed to be able to easily add on the additional phases that we want. It's at the front of the building where the bathrooms already are. We built enough bathrooms initially to be able to accommodate the extra meeting space. And then the light green is phase 3, and that's an additional 10,000 square feet down there where the teen side is, and additional parking as well. So the overall goal is to build 35,000 square feet. We're only building 20 out of phase 1, just based off of the
I
cost.
mean, the courtyard is in between the two purple, right
Yes,
there? Okay.
it's here.
So it's kind of ultimately it'll be shaped like a,
Like a C or an L, and so it's in the middle. So here's our current schedule. It hasn't changed as of today. They plan to actually start clearing the site in September. And ideally, we would be able to be in it in January of 2024. But like I said, we haven't tried any dirt yet, so that's obviously all subject to change. But as it stands today, that's where we are. Went too fast, sorry. This is an overview of where we are. Approximately, it's going to cost $15 million to build. We only had a $10 million bond, so there's a $5 million deficit. So we were able to make up some of those funds with some ARPA funds, so that worked in our favor. We had some bond interest on some bonds that were issued, and it's coming back to us. And then the foundation, obviously, we're going to rely on them to help us fund some things. But this is how we're getting the bulk of our funds for the library. And this is just to cover, the basic necessities of getting the library operational. The foundation's job is to kind of help us enhance what we kind of already have. So here's some ideas for our courtyard. We kind of want to make it more of a passive play space, not necessarily something, a play structure. We're not looking for that. We want kids to go outside and be able to enjoy themselves, and we've also had some ideas of putting in a sensory garden. So the High Point Public Library just did one, and so basically different areas of the outdoor space that have different tactile things for anybody to be able to experience. It's very inclusive, and it's something that everyone can enjoy. So we've been talking about doing that as well. And then on the children's side, we would like to add an early literacy center. So play is an important part of early literacy. It helps prepare children to read. So we've been wanting to add in an early literacy component to the kids' side. So maybe a play grocery store, a play house where you can play kitchen, things like that. So where the kids can come in and actually play and not just come in and find the materials that they need and leave. And then our STEAM lab, we have several ideas on how to add some things in there, whether it's laser cutters or just simple tools that people can use to be able to create things, and also focusing on the technology side of things too. These are all the areas that we will need help to enhance, and the foundation will be willing to do that for us. So, do you have any questions for me about the library side of things and what our plans are or anything about it?
So how much has COVID affected your design or anything with what you guys plan to put in versus what you're now doing? Has that changed much?
Yeah, we lost square footage, I guess, because of the cost of everything. So, like I said, the original plan was 35,000 square feet. We couldn't afford that. We can only afford 20. But on the flip side, COVID helped us because of the ARPA funds. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. The cost of everything went up, but then we were able to use some of those relief funds. The county was able to give us some of the relief funds as well for the project. So
Who did you guys decide on as a builder? Did you award the contractor grant?
So the construction manager at risk is Enterprise, and they'll be the ones that are bidding all that out. And we haven't, I don't think they have finished all of the, well, maybe they have. They might have finished all the bidding of all the different electrical, plumbing, all that, so forth and so on. But they'll be the ones managing that whole process.
This is the GC.
You're going to have some naming parts of the building and everything. You have right now what they are, what you're looking for.
We do, yes. We have
And is it in this,
opportunities. Do you have the name chart?
I don't have a naming chart because I didn't know that that would be part of our, but we do have a naming chart.
you looking for money, right?
Yep.
Always.
For these inspired spaces that she's talking about, in fact, we have a proposal out right now to the corporation to fund an early literacy center. And we were waiting to hear back from them, so we're going to different entities.
Well,
To
that's,
fund.
I would like to approach some of them too, but I think was, they would like to see what area you have, what you know, how the things want to get set up.
Absolutely.
The naming rights go from $2,500 up to $250,000. Two gifts of $250,000 at the top. The campaign is a $1.5 million campaign.
Do we have that right now, price sheet?
We do.
Thank you.
We didn't bring our packets today. We have prepared packets with this that you can take to someone if you want to approach. Very well prepared packets that we have.
So Angela is our chair of our foundation, the library foundation, and Julie is, she plays a lot of different roles. I'm also, she's on the library board of trustees, but she's also helping with the foundation too. So I'll let them talk about the campaign, since my part was just about it.
All right, we're asking you to be part of our story. And Christina, I know that you're concerned about the time factor, and we want to be very respectful of the time factor. So will you let us know about the time, what?
I think we're actually cutting in close to the time limit we're trying to allot for this. I don't mean to rush you, but we just have 45 things on the agenda, unfortunately.
We understand that. We understand that at all. First of all, we want to thank you for your past support. I don't know if you know the history of your past support, but when Nina mentioned the Weddington Library, Marvin was involved in that too. We had a big Gatsby fundraiser over at Longview Country Club. In a short period of time, we raised $400,000. And then the project went like this in 2008. So we had $400,000, and we had to go back to all the donors and fund that money. For instance, Marvin had pledged $50,000 over a 10-year period and had made their first commitment of $5,000. So we refunded that. We refunded $150,000 to Weddington, and then we were allowed to keep $100,000 from Harris Teeter without any strings attached that we had kept in good faith. We also had $100,000 for the citizens of Marvin and Weddington that we had kept. So we started with a $200,000 pot of money that we had invested and kept strictly for a library in southwestern Union County. So you have a past history with a library project in this part of the county. So we just want you to know how passionate we are and that we know that you have volunteers, one who's already volunteered these services. You can be an advocate for our library and the power of what the library can do in the community. I can bring a community together. We are looking for events to be hosted. Julie has some excellent ideas about hosting events to help us. You were very gracious in allowing us to be the first point of contact when we came in for Marvin Day. And we were thrilled. In fact, we found Master Gardener who wants to partner with us in the Sensory Garden, which was good news for us. And then the investment. We would like for you to be a partner with us in an investment that would fit the needs, current demographics of Union County. So that's what we're about today. We want you to continue and to remain part of our story as we write our next chapter. We want these inspired spaces to be very much like the Charlotte Mecklenburg Library System. We don't have the resources, but we're building those as we go with all of our contacts. So that is what we're doing now. And Julie, do you want to say just a few words?
I was just going to say, I had pinned between this location and where the library will be. It's less than 7 miles away, taking the roads. So we do think that it's going to provide the citizens of Marvin some additional services that they're looking for from Union County, really connect the town of Marvin to Union County. I've been to lots of WUMA meetings, and I feel like WUMA has been looking for something to bring people together. This is going to be an unincorporated Union County, and we're going to need support from all the WILA members, and we're going to be meeting with all of them individually to ask for potential pledges, donations, opportunities to fundraise. And we know that you guys have citizens that have big hearts that do want to support early education and continued community connection. I think that's what the library provides. The reason I got involved in the library, I was not involved in the library at all until I started going to the Weddington and Wesley Chapel meetings of what the citizens were asking for from the library. And I heard so many people say that they wanted cross-generational opportunities, or older citizens were teaching life skills to younger citizens, but younger citizens were teaching technology to older citizens, and that there were beehive collections and gardening collections and people being together with that sense of community. And I think that's what this library is going to provide. So it's really up to you guys. We need help, and we're standing here and we're saying we need help, but the ideas have to come from you guys too. It can't just be 100% of our ideas. So we're asking for partnership and collaboration, and y'all are welcome to tell us how you can help, how we can help, how we can get this done together.
You're a village, and we know that old proverb about it takes a village. Well, this is going to take several villages and several towns to make this work, to create these inspired spaces. Not just having a children's reading room, but having a children's early literacy center, the places to experience literacy. So thank you again for your time. We appreciate it. We have a Turn the Page campaign right now. This is from our little neighbor, Sawyer. He loves The Great Fuzz Frenzy. This is not just a simple children's book, but it's a book about collaboration, cooperation, coordination, and partnerships, and creating community. So if you haven't read this book, you may want to get this for your children and your grandchildren. But it's a story of Violet dropping a tennis ball down that has green fuzz, and how the prairie dog community deals with that fuzz in not so very positive ways, but in the end it all turns out just fine. They are a community in favor of each other. So thank you again. We hope to have another conversation when we have more time as we go today. This is my daughter-in-law's handiwork. This is our yard sign campaign that we're...
So real quick, Angela, Marvin, the village of Marvin, that was 3 years ago, because I think the $50,000 that they committed, and that was over 10 years.
That was over 10 years. This time we're going for 3 years. 10 years was, at that time we didn't have much knowledge about the campaign. At this time when we started 2 years ago, we didn't have much knowledge, but we know campaign speak now. We're getting more astute with the campaign. But it was $50,000 over a 10-year period.
Okay, so if we were to, because we put this on an agenda item to discuss about, is there an option for that? So you're looking at the time frame to be shrunk to
3 years.
3 years.
3 years.
Okay. That's good.
And that's what our proposal is out for the Early Literacy Center right now. And then we'll go out with another proposal for the STEAM Lab to create a visual making space.
Okay.
We have 4 individual study rooms, and we'll see if it all comes together, but I have a dream of seeing each of those study rooms named after a town that's represented in WILA, and it being a collaborative of here's Marvin's study room, and it has Marvin's flavor, and over there that's Mineral Springs or Wesley Chapel or Weddington, and that this is everybody's space, and this is everybody's backyard, and this brings people together, because we have to find a way in Western Union County to support each other and support what's happening at these individual municipalities. So that's my dream. I don't know if it can happen, but if you guys were to provide funds like that, we could find a study room dedicated to the village of Marvin, and everybody could be represented in one building together. I would love that so much.
I know there's been talk about libraries for years, and it's like, we knew we couldn't do it here. It's just too much, and we knew Waxhaw wasn't the answer either, but the new one, whatever that was. But I know there are some people in the village that are passionate about it, very passionate about it. And I have been reaching out to them on the funding people, and I haven't been successful yet. I'm not trying. So.
I think that once they see in September that dirt starts getting moved, everybody's going to suddenly be like, wait a second, we're actually moving. So September's going to be here before you know it. And you're going to see trees getting cut and ground being cleared, and the building's going to be there. But we're going to need ownership and pride in that. you guys know you can build a building, but if people don't feel like they are welcomed there and they're not taking pride in it and they're not volunteering, it's never going to be successful. So we need citizens who love literacy and love community. We need to start thinking about future generations and how to make them stronger. And I can tell you that my children have been involved with the STEAM lab in Monroe. They participated in a robotics club, and they learned coding skills when they were in elementary school, where they had little robots that went 3 steps forward and 3 steps right, and were able to compete competitions. And we had a team, and we went against the 4-H team that was in Monroe as well. And they put together efforts. We had challenges. It changed my children's life. We have 4D printers that children have access to, where they can say, I want to print an apple, and the printer will just start printing it, and an hour later you have an apple. That's the future of where technology is going, that somebody can be in Anchorage, Alaska, and need a rare wrench or something, and they have a 4D printer, and they can make things happen. We can send ideas that way, but our children have to have access to that information. Everyone should have access to it, and that's what I love about the library. It's for everyone. It's a place of great opportunity. You walk in the door of the library, it's opportunity.
I really have one question. Okay, so your vision is to name a room after each municipality. Do you have a number that you're looking for that vision of yours?
50,000 would be beautiful. If we could find a way to do 50,000 in 3 years, we could have a room of the Village of Marvin. We could go to each of the other municipalities. I mean, we can't make commitments for what Weddington will do, or what Wesley Chapel will do, or what Mineral Springs will do, but we can start saying, how do you guys feel about it? How do you guys, we're gonna have a million one-off conversations before we come together and say, it could really happen, but it's a possibility, and I think that's what we need.
That's a target to work for, so I was just curious what that
And then
number
we have the
was.
supporting packets for you. So the next step, and Joe, you owe me an email. But Joe has
You know what,
been
if
really
you
good
know
with
me, you
emailing
know
with
me.
me.
It's not
No,
the way
but
to
he's been very
contact
good.
his email. I'm a phone guy, so I'm old school.
Thank you guys for coming out. What we'll do at a council level is put this back on the agenda for the requested 50,000 for 3 years in a row. When is that first allotment scheduled to begin, in 2023 or?
It would be scheduled to begin in 2023, that's correct.
And,
For 50,
Yeah.
Preferably.
So 50,000 for 3 things. Starting from 2023, so 2023, 2024, 2025.
and you can just get us the contact information.
Yeah. Well, Nina and,
Thank you
You
so
guys are
much.
very good.
Thank you. I think the citizens are going to be so excited that they don't have to travel to Monroe and Indian Trail to get library services.
Yeah.
Have a great productive meeting.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and for coming out. All right. So we'll add that to the agenda for. Next up, we have Village Hall.
Jamie?
Village Hall is here and it's erected. Okay, that's it. No, I think
Okay, so this has come up over and over again that staff has really struggled to get free bids for a lot of our projects, and
Village Hall.
Village Hall. Oh, I lied. Sorry. Okay, Village Hall. I printed this out for everyone, and this is just an update of where we're at. We're almost finished with everything. Right now, I show that we have $208,373 available in the capital project fund. If you look right here on the side, it kind of totals out where we have the loan, the capital project fund, the total funding. What we spent to date is 1.8 million and some change. The remaining funding that we have, the remaining commitment that we have, and then total cash in the fund. So we're still sitting at about $200,000 left in the capital project fund to finish this out. took a bit out of, the ARPA funding to cover some of the social distancing in here. You know, it's kind of left us in a good position with having quite a bit left in that capital project fund. This does include, you know, the tree work we've had done, the lighting, and I'm not sure what else we all had planned for Village Hall, but that's just kind of giving you an update of where we're at with what money we have left in the fund. So gives us an idea of what, you know, what else you guys want to put in here, what you want to see done, that's what we have to work with.
So is there financial expertise? Are we doing okay?
Yeah, I think we're doing really great.
Christina, is the irrigation in that too?
Yes, it is.
All of it?
It is. I earmarked $11,000, and I think it came in a little bit less than that. So,
Helipad is still,
what?
my helipad is still, yeah.
It's gonna be elevated.
Yes.
It's on top of it.
Because of the trees.
I haven't been in there, we got years for that.
We're working on that, and I do have in here, you know, we had to spend a lot on supplies. We're still gonna have more supply orders coming in, you know, like plungers, trash cans in the bathrooms, mirrors, additional furniture. So I figured we're gonna spend a bit more in that area, maybe a bit more furniture. I know like the finance office needs a filing cabinet. We have one central locked filing cabinet. You know, some minor things there. Photos, lamps, rugs. We talked about sound panels in here to mute the sound, but I think like we have a really healthy budget left to finish everything we want to do. So I don't know from you, I kind of asked Christina and she wasn't sure what else you want to do. I think what we have as a staff level, that what we need is on the smaller side, but then you guys have around $200,000 to work with.
Would there be, like, for example, an ongoing budget, an example would be the turn of the century shovel that we use to make a shadow box at and put it somewhere in the entryway? I mean, it doesn't have to be done today.
Yeah.
But it always, is that something when you start looking at furnishings, would there be an ongoing budget that we would have?
Well, thankfully, this is in a capital project fund, so it's gonna stay in the capital project fund
Okay.
until we close out this project.
Okay.
So would there be any reason to pay down the loan if we had extra funds if we weren't going to use it?
I would say not right now until we make sure that we finish. I would like to be living in here for a year or two and see what happens with rain and all the things Andy knows about.
Because he got such a low rate, I don't know that it makes.
No, that's true. Free money.
We've also potentially got some more funding coming down the line through other mechanisms that we want to talk about that may lead into projects that we'll talk to, like the farmer's market or amphitheater space, that sort of thing. So
We still have to purchase some fence material too, because we don't have enough moving it around the area. There's gonna have to be some additional cost there.
So
A few things here and there.
So fencing,
The fencing, we're gonna take your corral away from you out there and then put
Okay.
it around the generator, but there's not quite enough to get all the way around from what I measured, so we're gonna have to purchase a little bit, but that's probably a couple $100. It's not gonna be like thousands.
You get the both of them, or you want?
But, you know, all these $500 here and $600 there add up to thousands, and then.
I heard someone mention before, like a digital, you know, like how the schools have where you can change the messages.
I don't think our ordinance allows that. Sign ordinance. I don't know.
yeah, we talked about that at last meeting. None of y'all were interested in it at this point.
Yeah, I know, but I know that, sign, yeah.
If Christina's talking, I can't hear her. I feel like somebody's talking, but I feel like it's Christina and I can't hear anything she's saying.
Yeah, it's actually Jamie, and it's, I can try and pass the phone down, but then it takes a long time to pass from one side.
It's not really loud and yelling at
So everyone has to yell at Kim.
Yelling at Kim today.
Do you want to pass it down? So she, no? We're good, okay, she did.
Yeah, all right, we'll try and yell at Kim.
So if there are other things that you know of that are coming about, that would be great for a budgeting standpoint. So I know, so like fencing, I don't know about landscaping, if you have more I would say around $200,000 left in the fund, keeping in mind that we're still furnishing, we're going to do, that's gonna come out of that, we're gonna do the sound panels in here.
And we have state-of-the-art Zoom because this is not working, right? It just hasn't been installed.
So, I'll just kind of summarize real fast. Austin is going to do an AV report in a couple of different agenda items behind this one, and we'll go over all the AV stuff, which includes the Zoom and all of that information. He can answer those questions. We don't need any action today in terms of what it is you all are requesting. We're just letting you know that you've got $200,000 to work with as you start thinking about things and as we start talking about things like the bulletin board that's going to be on the agenda. So just let y'all know when we talk about things, that's the amount of money that we've got left to spend. So you don't need to give us specifics now.
Very good.
Derek has brought up too, the shed
Yeah.
or stuff for here, so those are gonna be, the shed is gonna be a larger ticket item, a couple thousand for that, you know, to build it, materials and stuff, so there's a few things left, we're gonna need concrete and stuff like that to put the lights in, the lamp posts and stuff, but it's gonna be, yeah, it's not like major, probably the biggest expense we're gonna do is the shed, I would say.
I honestly think for a capital project, we did a really great job staying in our budget with the contingency and the change orders, and it's beautiful, and we're also happy here. So it's great we have such an overage to kind of finish out all the extras.
So basically, homework going forward for all of us, because we're not gonna get into the weeds on this, is we got about $200,000. Start thinking about what we would like to see, if anything, knowing that we have certain things already coming that's gonna cut into maybe 50,000 that budget, so we may have even a little less than 2. Okay. Any other questions? Moving on, discussion, consideration, bulletin board, style, and.
No, we still got.
Skip number 1.
Oh, wait, items of discussion, discussion of amending the village of Marvin's purchasing policy. I just said it twice. Sorry. So, Ken, I'm gonna pass the phone down to the person presenting, and then you'll at least hear their answer if you don't hear us.
Hi, Kim. All right, so.
I'm here with you.
You're welcome. So as you all know, we've had a really hard time getting 3 bids for work, especially on the lower price side of work that we're having done. So I went through with Christina and we did a lot of research in other similar sized municipalities and what they did in their purchasing policy. And you know, once we get our technology, we're going to further, once the pilot is up and running, I'm going to have further updates to this. But for now, we are asking for a few changes. And it's on, if you go to the tab that says DOM Purchasing Policy Proposed, that tab, you can kind of walk through it with me and I'll go over the changes that I've made if you haven't reviewed it yet. So the first change that we're asking for is changing authorization for the manager to approve and give authority to approve purchases made under $10,000 instead of $5,000. I kind of came to that dollar amount based on other purchasing policies, looked at different guidelines at the state and federal level, and it's considered a micro purchase if it's under $10,000. That's page 6 on the purchasing policy. I just crossed out 5,000 and made it 10,000. And then on the next page under vendor selection, I just kind of updated the wording there to say that purchases of less than $10,000 will be made in the open market with competitive pricing. Departments must do their due diligence to obtain the best possible value. Every effort to obtain at least 2 quotes should be made. Once the quotes are received and selected, the quote is deemed, and the selected quote is deemed to be in the best interest of the village from the lowest responsible bidder, the department will generate the purchase order and contact the supplier with the successful quote. So in here, we're still telling department heads, like, you need to do your best to get to quotes for purchases under $10,000. Okay, and then if you go to the flow chart, I just noted here, because we are asking you to take action on this today, I just put a note on the flow chart that I will update this flow chart to reflect the changes. This is like a separate document, and instead of updating it, I'll change the prices on here to match what decision we make. If you guys flip to 10, this is where we have informal quotes and purchases from $1,500 to $9,999. So this used to be $5,000 or $4,999. I'm asking to switch this to $9,999. This is kind of across the board with all the municipalities. Micro purchases are $10,000 and less. $5,000 is a really low threshold for, especially with all, some of these projects are getting expensive with the increase in price of goods. So we still will meet all the requirements, and all of our department staff will still submit their purchase order quotes. We require that over $1,500. Okay, we switch to page 11. Here, I just changed the price then to reflect $10,000 to $29,999. And I'm asking for 2 quotes instead of 3 quotes here. Obviously, if we're not getting a good price and we don't think it's fair, we'll search for more quotes. But it's really hard right now, and Derek can attest to this, that it's really tough right now to get 3 quotes or bids from people. People are busy, they're not responding, it's tough. So then again, if you just follow down on 3.4 and 3.5 on page 11, I just updated those to 2 quotes instead of 3. And this does follow other municipalities and their guidelines. And this is within the North Carolina guidelines also, that only 2 are required. We originally at the Village of Marvin decided 3, but 2 is totally fine. And then I think that is it for now. One other note on here, I would like to change administrator to manager throughout the whole document. I already did that in some areas, but I'd like to switch that from administrator to manager and make that edit throughout the whole document. So these are the recommendations from staff that we're asking you all to approve this as presented. If you have any questions.
So my question would be, are we pushing these RFQs out to more than 2, or we just pushing them out to 2 because it's what we require here? So let's just say we put in new irrigation. We send it to, do we identify 4 places and send it out to 4, hoping at 2, or are we sending it out to 2, hoping we get 2?
So I think that's an individual question for the department heads, but I make sure that whoever's requesting does send it out to at least a handful of people. I can tell you that majority of what I do is send it out to 7 or 8, we get 2 back.
So why would we in our process or something like that, why would we still offer it like a request and do it? I know it takes time because they gotta put their, and we're just saying we're not gonna, we're hopefully heading to, and then 2 decides. See, I look at it as if you put it out like we normally put it out, which is what we've always done in the past, and it goes out to the public, because that's the fair way to do it. It's like, hey, it's not our fault, we didn't bid on it, we only had 2 bids, but I'm okay, I get my head wrapped around it. We only had 2 bids, we gotta pick from that because that's all we had. But what I'm not comfortable about is, and this is just the opinion of one, is not still broadcasting it out, because I don't want to get to the point, Jamie, where we're like, I know a guy, and he knows a guy, and that's the only guy I want. You know what I mean? And then that has bad optics. I want to still be able to say, we put it out for a request, we just didn't get your response, we had 2 to go with, we need to move forward.
So like in the finance department, you'll see coming up that we're going to be putting out for an auditor coming up. So what I've asked the finance department to do is we have a certain list of who we're going to put that out to when we send the email, who we receive responses from, so that we can actually bring back the data to all of you to see how many different auditors we sent it out to. I think from a staff level, the reason the requirement of 3 versus 2 is when we're only receiving 2, we have to then add it to the agenda, ask you all to allow us to only get 2 bids instead of 3. It's holding up the timeline for some of these things. And it's a lot of work on staff's end, like, you know, some of these projects that we do. And it's not that we aren't pushing it out, there's just so many vendors in this small area. And I do think that, you know, Derek does probably most with the parks and the grounds and all of that, so like irrigation and tree work and grading and all of that. So I will say, we do try and keep the work local, but there's only so many people locally. Like, we want to give it back to people that live here and are in our community, but there's only so many people that respond and give pricing.
And I don't think I have a problem with you guys moving forward if you only have 2, but you're picking the lowest of the 2.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, you can't hear Joe, I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I just wanted to say something.
Oh, okay.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, please.
Sorry. So I totally agree. I mean, I think that if it's something that we are continuously getting quotes on, I'm just going to use the trail for example, we get 3 quotes. Well, at some point, we're only taking the same quote from the same company. And so the other 2 people are going to be like, we're not going to give you any more quotes anymore because you never give us business. So at some point, you're just going to stop responding. So for these lower threshold amounts, I'm absolutely fine getting 2 quotes. Because again, like Jamie said, it then becomes more staff, like staff work, staff time. And I would much rather staff doing other work than on the phone, trying to send out emails. So I'm good with this. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I think it's just that it's just the minimum that they're looking for. I don't think that they want to change anything that they're doing. It's just that they don't want to have to come to us with 3 every time because they just can't get 3 responses back. So having the minimum down to 2 because that's what the average return is, I'm fine with that as well.
What's the deadline on, like, if you put out a bid, what is the deadline?
So it all varies, and going back to Joe's question about not being comfortable with, not pushing stuff out and making it public, I want to make sure that we're clear that we try to get stuff out depending on what it is. Now, if it's something larger, like you said, an RFP for an auditor, an RFP for a master plan or something like that, we always post it on our website, so it's always listed there. If it's something small, like irrigation, for example, or acoustic panel quote, something that we think is going to be $10,000 or below, what we try to do is find a slew of vendors that are experts in that area, i.e. look up irrigation vendors, send it out to, you know, the irrigation project that we've got for the roundabouts. I sent it out the first time to probably 8 vendors. I got 2 responses. And all of that requires us to talk to these individuals, you know, to find out more details about the project. So it's a lot of staff trying to court these folks to, in turn, them not submit anything back to us. We just had an irrigation issue with the vendor that we hired, that we've got to go back out and rebid again, so it's starting the process yet again. So I want you to make sure you're comfortable that we try to do our due diligence to assure we've got a good number that we're working with. It's just these lower ones, we want to kind of alleviate the process that ties our hands so much so that we can be more efficient with our time.
And I have to back Christina up on
Yeah, I would agree.
following her with this irrigation
Yeah.
situation. We've discussed it on many.
Yeah. No, we need to speed it up, and that's why I asked about the deadline, because that would maybe take care of things if we all. Okay, I'm talking, can you hear me? This is Bob. So what I'm gonna say, I wanted to sing opera in my earlier days, I could do this. So what I wanted to say was I agree with you, Christina, and was asking about deadlines, that it helps. In other words, if you're stuck and said, hey, look, we're doing our due diligence, we're letting everybody know. In today's world, we've all been there, okay? We get no phone calls, somebody promises to be there to stand us up. So the idea is we've got to get things done. So it's like, give them 30 days or due diligence on the bid. And if we only have one, win, you win. You know, it's like we have to move on.
And it's a case-by-case situation. For
Yeah.
bigger projects like an auditor RFP, a building construction project, we usually give them 30 days or longer. If it's something smaller, obviously we use our best judgment. I just sent out an email yesterday for an irrigation project, and I gave them 2 weeks to get back. So it's just depending on what the project is as to what the deadline is. It's not a one box fits all kind of thing.
Yeah.
When I read this earlier and everything, I didn't see anything that where she was gonna reduce the number of people she's gonna send it out to. It's just if we turn back one, she got at least 2, they then pick the lowest one instead of sitting down and having a meeting like this and said, we only got 2 back, is this acceptable? That's the only thing that I saw here.
Yeah, and it just, like, I know it's our job to bring that back, but if you think like how often we have meetings, it's just like, we only got 2, we have to ask for your blessing to.
Yeah,
that
you've got to
we can
wait a
move
month or
forward.
whatever it is, until we get together.
Right, so, and we're still following all the guidelines, from the state that we have to follow, so,
Nothing changes in our intent to make sure we're getting qualified people at a reasonable price. It's just the process of how we go about it.
and that's also where in 2.7 where we added the vendor selection, so, staff follows this, I make sure that all staff is following this purchasing policy, that they're getting the best value from responsive and, the lowest responsible vendor, so.
Yeah, if you think about how many times on the past, say, 8 agendas, that there has been waived 3-bid requirement, and we've always waived it, because we can't get 3 bids. It's gonna take time, it's just gonna become more efficient, and Wayne's point was exactly right. We're not saying we're only gonna ask for 2. What they're saying is, if we only get 2, can we pick the lowest of the 2 instead of the lowest of the 3? To me, it makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
So we need to take a vote on that now.
Well, we voted on it.
Yes, please.
So does someone want to make a motion? Is there a recommended motion?
I make a motion to approve the amended purchasing policy as presented.
Further discussion? All's in favor? Motion passes. Next up, we have discussion and consideration of open board style and location on Village Hall site. So, Austin.
Yeah, pass Kim on down.
Yeah, and if you get a text from anyone, just feel free to respond.
Yeah. Okay. Kim, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, want to make sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so in your packets, you have some examples of different bulletin board styles, and I added a document today that should be in there to show you some potential locations. I tried to go for I tried to really vary the design. So I really want you guys to look through this, tell me what you like, what you don't like, and how you envision it. For the locations, I went and walked around outside, took some snapshots, some open areas that I think would be good for the bulletin board. Derek has recommended possibly putting it in the pine straw. That way it's not interfering with the grass. But then again, it's your choice in the end, so.
I like the location by the mailbox, because it's all kind of like centralized in one area.
Okay, so the mailbox is where?
At the end of the parking lot, right when you drive.
At the end of the parking lot. Near the road?
No, it's
Parking lot. This end of the driveway.
It's the mailbox is on the edge of the parking lot when you start going out the driveway.
Where it gets to the parking lot.
Where's your photo?
Right there on that corner, right where the first parking space is.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I agree
so-
with Kim on the location. location, and you can always build a.
Pass those around.
Around it for maintenance purposes if you want, plant flowers under it if you want, whatever, make it pretty.
The one thing to think about with the bulletin board is if you want people to see it, it needs to be in a pedestrian area. If it's by the mailbox, I personally don't think anyone's going to be walking out there. If we had a sidewalk along the road, you would probably get more traffic.
That's my thing. Nobody's gonna be able to see it or read it. You gotta walk up to it. You gotta come in the park, and you gotta make it convenient for them where they can see it. If that means walking in a parking lot while other cars are coming by, not so safe.
What about right across from that by the handicap parking?
So,
In front of those shrubs.
So, on the options I put in front of you all, the option A is right outside, pretty much right outside my office on the sidewalk. Options B and C are the two islands in the parking lot. D is by the mailbox, and E is in front of the building on the right side if you're in the parking lot.
My preference would be D, because I can pull up in the car, and I don't have to park, I can get out and do anything, I can sit right there where everything's on.
Well-
I don't have to get out of the car.
Well, to your point though, E also lends itself to that, because you can pull into that parking spot and look right at it through your windshield. And it's also on the sidewalk, and it's also in an area that doesn't need to be maintained, but it's already nice.
One other thing to think about is the things that we would normally post on that bulletin board, whether it be meeting schedules, any sorts of legally required notices, or event posters. You're not going to have very large print, so you will need to be close to it to be able to read it. So someone would probably have to get out of a vehicle to read it anyway.
But it is, if you did the option B, if you're looking at it, it would be to the left of the pine straw there rather than turf. But I think that's really centrally located, where you can just pull up if you want to look at it from your car. You pull up, or you can get out and walk and look at it.
I still think when you're gonna get out of your car and see specifics. Yeah, you're gonna see people pull up in the car. That's a me, you know.
If you're looking for the bulletin board, you're going to go to it anyway. If you're looking for something, you're going to find it and go to it.
My only thing about D would be just keep in mind that's our mailbox, so I just don't want any.
I'm with you, Andy. I like E because it's at the end.
It showcases it, and if you look at the sign, that I'm looking at the pictures of, the one that I kind of love, it's just fits the building, village of Sunset Grove. It's got white and black, it literally matches the town hall. It's in the lower left-hand corner. I mean, if that was like right out in front of that.
Which one are you talking about, Bob?
I'm looking at the villas of Sunset Grove.
Okay.
That sign.
So they're very similar.
Yeah, that looks like the town, I mean, that's just what I picked out. It looks like the town hall, it was right in front. It's kind of like a picture frame.
Now that is a silver box, not white. Just pointing that out.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's silver. That's a metallic color.
That's aluminum.
Oh, okay.
Go down the next section of, there's another group.
Yep, there's 2 pages.
Below that, in the top left is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's all black.
Yeah, what's it, Bell Park activities?
That is sharp. It's all black.
Yeah, it is nice.
Now, these are just photos. These are ideas that we found online. These are not products that we can just click buy here. So we will have to try to find a vendor to make something like this, or find a product online that's similar.
It's very similar to the other two.
Yeah.
But we don't. Personally, I'd like to see something from a structural instead of metal, and I'd like to see something what we have, which is not metal.
Well, you have, on the first page, you have the white thing.
Yeah, I know, but not necessarily that, but do highlights black and something that looks like it's almost, yeah. I like one actual structure.
That's white, just use black shingles so that it matches the building.
I will say the one we had at the old building was made of wood. It was not really, the weather really took its toll on it, so I would encourage something that's very weather resistant.
You can do that stuff, recycled plastic, that tends to hold up well.
You could do it in, you could do it in the PVC trim. Nowadays, the PVC trim is really durable, and it's still be white.
I just like the idea of something that almost mimics what we have. Oh man, it matches. You gotta color it, black and white.
So as far as so just to kind of summarize, as far as the location goes, you guys are thinking option E. Is that correct? Okay.
Ken, what's your thought on E? If we put it not where the turf is, but in the pine straw adjacent to it?
What's option E?
It's
I'm driving, so I can't look. Sorry.
Option E is in front of the building. If you're parked in the parking lot, it's in front of the right side of the building.
Right in front of where you usually park.
Okay, I'm fine with that. And I don't really care what it looks like as long as it's durable and it doesn't look cheap.
Yeah.
So on the style.
Whatever, I'll go with whatever you guys want to do. I'm really okay with it.
So on the style, you said black and white. So what's the material type do you want? Do you want metal? Do you want a shelter, shingles, metal roofing, something like that?
Metal's going to be the most durable, right? I mean, you said that the old wood one was falling apart, so.
Yeah.
That's why I like the villas of, I thought that was white, but that's not like the villas of Sunset Grove, it looked like it just matched.
Yeah, so what you need to do is, that's not white, it's actually aluminum, so.
What material? You can do aluminum white. You can get white aluminum. Yeah.
That's not, I mean, it doesn't really match the structure.
You could do the Lighthouse Cove option. It's more black, but it would be we still have black on the building, and it would be a little bit of contrast.
But you can do, you can get this stuff in white, or you can do like the community bulletin board one there. You could do that all in PVC trim, so it's white, it's easy, it's durable, and then do the black shingles on top like we have on the building, if you guys like that idea. There's many ways of building it out of wood and then cladding it in vinyl where it will be durable. But I would suggest, however, that whatever we do, the frame itself, where the glass frame doors and stuff, be made out of aluminum. If they're white, it's fine. As long as they're made out of aluminum, they won't sag, they won't twist, or do all the crazy things. They'll stay dry.
Now, do we use a plexiglass or do we use because obviously there are going to be people that may throw a rock at it and stuff, we don't want to constantly.
Well, these are all covered in plexiglass. They're all
plexiglass.
Yeah, so you can put paper inside there so it doesn't
It
twist.
eventually would need to be replaced from dating and all that kind of stuff, okay?
Yeah, or like
Listen, I'm fine with it. I just I thought it'd be kind of cool to do something almost like a mini village hall.
You're thinking more of a shelter-like thing that you like. The example on the second page.
You can take away from the building and stuff, but it's just something that.
One thing you could do, if you did this one that's like the community bulletin board style, we could actually downlight it from underneath that awning too, where it's lit at night. I can put low voltage in there where it shines on it at night.
Well, that's cool. No, that's cool.
The one that's, the first page says community bulletin board, it's white with the shingle roof on it. And with that overhang like that, I could put low voltage lighting that just, shines down on it so you can see it at night as well. It would be, it would be really cool with it.
Is there a way to do like metal on the roof instead of the shingles?
Yeah, you can do metal roof
I
too.
think that would look good with kind of matching, especially when we get the weather vane up there to like match like the.
Yeah, because we do have metal roof on the very top.
Yeah, that would be,
cupola thing.
that
So
would
we
look a
could
lot
do
better than the
metal,
shingles.
black metal roofing on it.
And it would hold up better.
And it would hold up longer. But these shingles though, seriously folks, these are 50-year shingles now. It's 50 years. And a structure like that, they'll last 50 years. So it's not going to get neat on it. So if you wanted to do just regular black shingles, that would work too.
So as far as, I just want to make sure we get the details down correctly. So as far as the building materials go, do we want to do something custom that we try to do in-house, or do we want to try to buy something? Do you want metal, wood? Because I think I'm hearing wood with,
I think if we design it, I think Sylvia would build it, correct?
yeah.
I mean, we got somebody on staff that can do it, so I think if we design it and give him a clear project, I think he can handle that.
Probably could do it while at the same time they're out there doing the
Yeah,
storage
they
shed.
have to do it in conjunction with each other, because they're gonna have to handle for that.
And that thing just looks up and holds up while you're putting in your new.
Or doors that open sideways,
I like
yeah.
kind of splitting it up, where you have to build a Sunset Row, I like kind of splitting it up. One is more official, the other one maybe notices that, or.
So it's a
If
double
we
door
allow,
also.
thing is, how big is it, we're gonna allow this thing to be?
Well, you could do that exact same thing, that Village of Sunset Grove thing, that's an actual case that's built for that. You could inset that into this other structure
Right.
very easily, and then you have the durability of the one and the look of the other combined.
So it doesn't have to be very big, maybe that size, if it's something more to say. And again, you guys have an idea of what it looks like, I just thought, it was almost like a mini version of what the town hall, and it's placed there, and it doesn't take away from the town hall. And it's, if that looks like we're going in a different direction when you look at just two metal posts.
4 feet long,
Is that
4 feet long.
I don't even know if you need that.
You believe,
Yeah.
side of about 3 feet on the wood one up there.
Yep. So, yeah, maybe
It is.
4 to 6 feet, I think around 6 anyway. We've got one.
You get any time.
No, I got.
And you got 2 doors where you put.
I think if we were to do some research on these enclosures, these aluminum enclosures, that would give us some dimensions that we could pick from, and then we can build a structure to that.
Right.
Or it would fit.
Yeah, so, Austin, so if we were to focus on finding a source for the actual, like,
The casing.
the casing,
Bulletin board enclosure.
and then we work from the casing out and say, okay, from here, we're gonna put in, like, the structure similar to the community bulletin board.
I'll look at some options and see what I can find. We may even consider purchasing one of these kits and just using the case for something custom that we build. These aren't that expensive, so we can find an option that works.
Part of it, you know, you can also put it in paddle.
Just for the record, we can't put it in.
It is near a road, a parking space. All right, so.
I think I have my marching orders there. Option E in pine straw, black and white. We'll have Silvio or the park staff build the structure. We'll buy a case online, and we'll go from there.
We're going right here, we need
$260.
Do,
I like that.
do you want to? Does everybody like the community bulletin board idea? Is that the one you guys like the most? I just want to make sure we're clear on this before I get a plan together.
I haven't got to go step outside and see this. So it could be a little different than just, you know, if you're using the same material we use on the side of this, maybe something that we consider, you know.
What I hear is 2 doors on it, one is, put it on where you wash it.
Yeah, I'm good there. So I think I have my marching orders. I think I have my marching orders. What we want is a base. Any sort of decorative things we want to do to it, such as if you want to match siding, if we want any additional paint or color schemes, we can come up with that once we have an actual design. If that makes sense. And I have options.
The only thing I can say is I would leave room for maybe a logo or something. Like up on top, maybe room for, you know, standard logos. Obviously, Village Martin would be there. But facing that, you know, decorative, I don't know.
We want to make sure it's fun. We want to make sure it's functional. But yeah.
One of this, you know.
So let me go back and I'll put.
Please, no. I'm scarred.
So I have my marching orders. Let me try to get something together. I'll bring this back to you guys. I'll shoot for the next work session. If you guys kind of look at it, tell me what you want to do, and then we'll go from there. Does that sound good? Cool. I'm fine.
Any other questions?
Plethora of these online. There's a plethora of these.
Yeah, that's where all these pictures are from.
Yeah.
Moving forward, again, that's it. Update on Village Hall AV. That's the.
That is still me. Okay, so you guys contracted with SKC Communications last year to install AV equipment in the new Village Hall. Unfortunately, it is a very large project, 135 components. A lot of them have been on back order. At this point, we are down to 10 pieces left that we need to come in before they can do the full installation. Those pieces largely deal with video conferencing, wired internet, and specifically this room. We now have all the components that we need for the conference rooms, and I'm working with the vendor. They're going to do the installation on the equipment for the conference rooms towards the end of July, early August. I've got to finalize that date with them. But for the council chambers, unfortunately, we are looking towards the end of September before the rest of those components ship. And so we'll probably be looking at an October installation. I get reports from this vendor every Friday to let me know what's the status of the remaining components. It's slow and stuff has been pushed back further. So I'm not willing to say that it's definitely going to be late September, early October, but that's where it stands as of now. There you go. In the end, what the installation package is going to look like for this room, you are going to have a projector that is going to be kind of come down from the ceiling here. You're going to have screens on opposite walls. We will have a Zoom license that we could use to we could use for council members to remote in for when you need to do so. We're going to have TVs in the lobbies. I don't ever think we would get to the point where we would need overflow for a meeting, but if we did, we have that functionality. And
so we're okay to officially move these emergency lighting down over anywhere?
That's not a question for me.
The only thing I'm seeing is if I'm looking at a screen, do you want to look at the screen?
It's not going to be completely, I don't think it's flush with the wall. I think it's going to jut out a few inches and come down because it's going to.
Still, that lighting has got to be able to project into the room if something happens.
Mm-hmm.
So that's either got to be above it or below it, and thinking above it, only because where I would want to see if I'm looking at that and I'm looking at this, and it's just something we need to look into, is that this is going to need to be moved up, and it's just those lights are going to have to be.
It would have to be moved up. If you're going to move it up, it would have to be moved up very far. The screen will go all the way up to that vent above you.
And that's fine, and maybe we consider different lighting in that area for that.
Chris,
That's my view. If you're looking at it here, that's our view right there, and this is everybody.
This is the public view, yes.
Right. So these are going to have to move. If they become moved, or do they roll up and down?
They do. They scroll up and down. So they will only be down during a meeting. Whenever the meeting is over, or if during a meeting we needed to raise them, we can raise them. Yeah. It'll be all remote controlled. We'll have a panel over here near me that I can do all this.
These go on, the lights go off. So if the lights go off, that means these things don't.
Well, we do have other lights in the room, so if worst case scenario, we would have that covered. Christina, I know that we were talking about at one time moving at least one of the fire lights for that barn door near the kitchen.
So we do have the movement of these lights on our post CO. I will say that it really is something that the fire marshal should be involved in, but just from a public safety standpoint.
Where are you in? Seriously, I mean, people do things that are home that aren't necessarily code. But at the end of the day, if it's a roll down, then I think it's a moot point because it comes beyond that. If it's up above there, you have something that just sits there when it's not being used and it's rolled up. And if you're having but see, in every regular meeting we have, I assume it would be down.
I don't think we're going to have it down unless there's a presentation going on.
So It will be down at every meeting, because whatever we are, so,
Here's the fun, nobody's thinking about it. If there is, these lights go on when there's a power outage. We have a generator. So it's like, it's gonna have to be a gas disruption or something for all these lights to go on. So in the end, you're not gonna really see, because all these lights are gonna go back on if there is that's the whole intent why that big market thing is out there.
So let me throw a little wrench in this whole thing here with an idea. All right? The fire marshal is not going to complain if there's too much light, right? They have to be at that. Why don't we just add another one and throw it on the sides, on either side of the screen, and be done?
That could be the answer. They'll go and go that.
I mean, they're not going to complain if we got more lights than less. So as long as they're at that height where they're supposed to be, we put one on either side, and it's a done deal.
one last thing I'll say, the screens would need to be on, because if we did have a Zoom meeting going at the same time, let's say that Jamie's out of town and we got to remote him in, he would be on that screen, for example. So Jamie would be on the big screen.
Why is Jamie always at that?
One last thing I forgot to mention about the setup, we will have cameras here that will pan between you all and whoever, and if there's someone at the podium speaking, and we can flip a switch up here to make that happen. So everyone will be on camera all the time.
We'll make sure
You will all have. There will be monitors along the dais here. I think we're getting one. I think every two people is having one monitor, and you will have microphones that I will let you know when they're on. So.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Thank you, Austin. Next up, we have discussion consideration of storage shed options for the new village hall.
Derek.
Austin is going to try, if possible, to throw some pictures up on the screen here. But basically, we had discussions about having a small storage building here for a mower and a couple pieces of equipment, things that we would use just on this site. A Christmas tree. That's going to your house.
Go to your garage with all your lights.
Derek, I really come to one at a time.
Well, can you run them through and I'll explain where it is? So this is literally about 25, 30 feet onto the little connector trail right here. This is me walking in, looking into it. If you know where the first little curve is, where the cement wall is grown into the tree, nice little aesthetic feature there. It's directly to the left where we've sprayed. Councilman Workman and I kind of identified that area. It's tucked away. You can't get like a truck back there, but the mowers and any equipment could have access to the trail and could get out to the lawn. And it's pretty flat and it's kind of high in. So we thought, instead of buying a storage shed that we hope would look like it matched the building, why don't we just build one and make it match the building. And the only thing I was going to say is I've spoken with my guys who will be doing it, and they want to do it 12 by 12 instead of 12 by 8, which I think I submitted a 12 by 8 rendering.
The only thing that I would say to do, and I'm not a builder, and to have that. Think 5 years from now, don't think it today, think 5 years from now, because we're not going to do like we did with 485. Oh God, we build it, and then once we complete it, we go, well, shit, we got to make it bigger because there's more traffic. I don't care if we put up 100 by 100 back there. Think of it 5 years. That's the only thing I'll say, and then I'm good.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree, and that, I mean, I need y'all to help me with that vision, you know, what is this place gonna look like in 5 years?
But the picture that you've got, what I'm looking at right now, showing the building, and what does it cost or something like that? Just curious.
Roughly 2,500,
Oh, wow.
give or
So
take.
if we would, how bigger, I mean, if you're looking, like James' point, if you're, is it much more than double it? I mean, is it,
How, I'd have to.
it's not double the price,
Yeah.
I was only saying 5,000, it might be. So,
I don't know that we need to have for too much bigger. I mean, we'd have to go through, like, to your point, let's go through and list out everything that we could possibly need.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, in 5 years, with the, let's say we had a farmer's market and other stuff. I mean, I don't think it's more than, a 42-inch mower, a backpack blower, a couple weed eaters, you know, and a
42-inch mower, so you're gonna need a wider.
and a spreader.
You're gonna need a wider doorway.
So crazy enough, Costco guy that I am, I was at Costco about a month ago, and this product is a nice, big product, and it comes, it's a kit.
Yeah.
And it will suffice when you go inside, you flip the pictures on the inside, you have
Is it
room
made out
for.
of wood or plastic?
It's, I think it's wood. You can find out, you just go on the QR, if you flip the pictures there, you will see, they even have an area where you have like a workbench.
It's
in
wood,
it.
okay.
And this stuff, all you need is a pad to put on. So we poured a pad, and it's gonna be plenty big enough. It's the one thing, again, all we're doing is for equipment here, but we ran out of space almost immediately. This, when I saw it, I almost immediately bought it from a personal standpoint for what I needed for me, but I'm telling you, we save a lot of time because they come in and you have a pad there. That's all we have to do is pour the pad. They come in at $5,000. It's big and it's solid. That's the thing. And what I'd like to see is make it mobile as well. So if you need to move it, if we wanted to put it over in the park and have one or the other. Because here's the problem, but you can disassemble, is my point. But to Jamie's point, we don't know what we don't know when we do this, if this becomes a park area and what we're gonna clear out and what accessible. Now you're gonna have this eyesore of and this is actually a nice
better configuration.
product, actually, too. So.
Couple of things, I'll go with James, what Andy said, you need to look at your door or put a double door in there because you're not gonna have access to it.
That one does have a double door, and it has two different options, one on, depending on which side of the building you want to put it
He
on.
said you could disassemble it. Can somebody come up here, back of the truck, disassemble it, and walk off with it?
It's gonna take hours and days, and, like a good day to disassemble it. It's a structure. But what I like about it is a kit and somebody else is doing it, they come in and
I like
it's,
that. Yeah, that looks good. 10 by 12 kit's great. The one thing about the site that I like, other than it just lends itself, it's flat and it's high, but there's a thick of trees on this side of it that conceals it. And even when we expand and build on and do the farmer's market and all that, those trees will not be disturbed, so it'll never be seen from the road. And you can barely see it, and if we do a little bit of screening shrubbery over here, like we were thinking about doing at the edge of the woods, you won't see it from any angle. It's just buried back in there, and it's just out of sight, out of mind. Nobody's gonna mess with it. The only people that will see it are people walking the trail up. They'll walk past it, but other than that, it's just not visible from a thief's point of view. You're not going to see it pulling in a parking lot and saying, "Hey, let me break into that," because it's just not visible.
but now, given that it is a structure, do you need a permit?
Yes, if it's over 100 square feet.
And.
But you would meet all setback requirements.
Well,
so.
8 by 12 is right at 100 square feet.
Yeah, if you do 8 by 12, then based off the new ordinance we just adopted, no, you don't need a permit.
Yeah, according to my staff, they spoke with an inspector and at that size don't need one.
And that's why we did the zoning ordinance that way, because typically anything at 100 square feet or less doesn't need a building permit, so.
It's 96 square feet, so
And that's what, 12 by 12?
8 by 12 is 96 square feet.
If you want to do this one, then you need to just check your door, if it'll access right now.
And what's the size of the door on that? That's a 72-inch door, that's 20.
Okay. It doesn't have any dimensions on it.
Eric's got it pulled up on the website here, and it's got some great pictures of it, and the one end door, it's actually 2 residential style fiberglass doors.
Okay, well, it just.
They're solid, so that kit right there is.
Plus with it being able to take it apart, that would help not needing a permit, right?
Well, as long as, even if it has, even if it's movable, if it's under that square footage, you're fine. If it is, you just have to get a
Sheds and
permit.
stuff, and this is a solid shed, and I just like the fact, they just happen to be there promoting it at that Costco, and they move around, but you can call them separately and get.
So this is gonna be a sheet show,
Can we get a demo? Can we get a demo shed and this goes?
It'll have a permit.
That's what he's looking at.
That's
It's made by Gorilla.
Yeah. And then you can do it in different style too, you can have it where the side has the doors too. That's how they were presented.
Right. Well, for the site that we're looking at, the door on the end is probably gonna work better.
I don't really care. I do like the fact that we could potentially move it.
Yes, I can almost assure you, everyone's idea of what's gonna happen over here in 3 years, 4 years, whatever it is, we may find ourselves, and we just maybe just moving it so we can make other things work, but because we're still gonna need it at the end of the day, we're still gonna need it, but where we put it, and I think it requires to go on a cement. Probably
This one has a floor system as well, you can do it either or.
Right.
So I would go with the wood floor so that if you do decide to move it,
You're not saying move concrete.
Put it on those little,
Center.
Yep.
So what do you need from us then?
whatever you wanna give.
So are y'all wanting to go with your proposed option and look into that more?
Yeah, this was just an open discussion.
Well, with his, it's like now we're getting our employee involved, we gotta put plans together and stuff, and you know how to build things too and stuff. This is a kit, you just say, here, I want it right here, and they come in and just.
They set it up.
They do. That's turnkey, done, labor, all of that. That's
Gorilla shed.
He has a website.
It's Costco.com, installed sheds by Gorilla.
Yeah. Anyways, it's worth researching, and I think they may end up showing up at the other Costco, because I
I
asked
can
them.
tell you, park staff would love this option.
Because they don't have
Park
to build
staff,
it.
'cause they don't have to-
But again, we're not
That's man-made.
we're not dealing with excess stuff and
Yeah.
material and stuff, and taking material back. We're not being efficient with our time,
Yeah.
our staff. This way we go, we need it there, if it doesn't look like we're gonna yell at you, then you're gonna fix it, and it's done. And by the way, when we come to do it, I'm sure we pick up the phone call and say, move it over there, and
Are there,
we
so,
pay them, but it's done. That's
no, so one thing that does make a difference is aesthetics. So they have different shingle colors, different paint
That's
colors.
something that you can.
I have to research.
But we can have your ability staff do that paint, I mean, paint is
Yeah.
paint. You know,
Well,
if it
but
can't,
just-
I assume it can paint.
Yeah, I'm assuming that, because, I mean, who would not want it customizable? There's a lot of HOAs that require it to look like your house, so.
Bring up another, let's expand the idea of the building from Costco. Why don't we get a Costco card from the village so we can get a discount, get a rebate on this, plus, also we'll purchase some items, like toilet paper, et cetera, in here, we'll make it a little bit better price and use it.
Who does the shopping now? I mean, I have no problem doing executive Costco. You get money back every year.
Mainly Jill, but like if I'm out and I need something. I
Or you buy.
Amazon.
A lot from Amazon, a lot from the office supply store, but Costco would be great. I think buying the toilet paper and light bulbs and that.
No,
sort of
I
thing is
recommend
best.
the executive, because These things, they just happen to be, it's almost like when you go down to Costco and you see the guy on the display, Vitamix doing that, and he's doing, that's what they have there. They move around. In fact, I'm almost convinced so based on me not having to deal with it in another property that I just call them, I know where they're gonna put it. It's gonna be a lot easier for you guys to, as far as even materials and trying to get that all together. It's, thank you. Go ahead. That's okay.
Is the consensus, y'all want staff to further explore options with gorilla shed, and we can bring that up next meeting?
Yes.
Switch on the bottom is off.
I'm good. It's listed on the website that the sale of this is a special event that ends July 17th. So we would
You could bring it back in
bring it
July.
to the first July meeting.
I will say, they keep popping around, that may be correct, if that's for this area.
I don't know.
Because they, of course, they want you to buy, you know, I'm sure. Give them a call and say, hey, look, we're at town hall, we're trying to do this, is this something that we can, you know, talk about how meetings take and to get decisions made and stuff like that, can you honor that price because we're going in this direction? I'm sure it will work with us on that.
What date did you say?
17.
So we have the next meeting on July 12th, so at the very least, we can get action taken on the 12th, or Sunday, 13th, or 14th.
I'll get some information before then and be ready to go.
Right, here. They do their circuit, they go to this house and then this house, and then I asked them, I said, what about Pennsylvania? And they're like, I'm not sure, they're not a public company, so they have their set agenda. It's I guess a deal for a certain matter of time, but we called them and said, hey, we're serious about this, we need to move forward, but we have meeting issues versus for decision making.
We're still fine, we can do it on the 12th, so we should be fine. You good to go there?
Thank
But
you.
it's solid though, you guys are being very impressive, so, especially you. Yes?
Are we good? I heard bits and pieces, but we're good with where it is, like, for future. Like, if we want to go farmer's market, or if we want to do a park, and then we have a shed in the middle, we're good with being able to do it.
Yeah, I haven't, because we haven't really explored in what farmer's market's gonna look like and where it's gonna be and all that kind of stuff. But for now, the fact that this can be moved is an option that here it's convenient now, but either way, we're gonna have to find a home for this, whether it's now or 5 years from now, and we make a change, we'll be able to do it.
I can't hear great, but I heard something about, like, maybe it's movable, so as long as it's movable, I'm good with it.
Okay. And confirm that with them too. Just that
Yeah,
how
it's
we had to break it down and stuff.
I mean, but the location, I think, long-term is gonna work for us. And as I was looking at this location specifically for the development of the rest of the property, and the way it's shielded by trees, thick shielding on the
So for the
Newtown
community,
side.
let's say for your vision, the community to access the farmer's market,
So if you,
would there be, would you assume there's gonna be parking here and then people walk into the farmer's market?
yes.
Okay, so how do they get their vehicles back there to set up tents? Or we just? gonna be
Well,
on that?
so our thoughts, because I think Derek, you were up here too when they brought this up, weren't you? So the way that they're proposing the farmer's market is that you would have this shelter. The farmers would drive in underneath that shelter and set up, or they would set up a table
You
under
need an
there.
access road.
You do, but for the customers, our village hall will be our public restroom access, so you'll be able to get in the front door and that, so you're gonna be walking across the parking and parking. This sits far enough back. If you look at there's a picture of the site that he has on here. And it shows it where it is, and it's back behind the building, but straight at the end of the parking lot, basically. So all your traffic is going to go that way, not that way.
Okay.
Is anybody familiar with Robinson Woods, little shopping center, bar and everything? They have a farmer's market there, it has a covered shed. You go look at it, I think it's a perfect example.
Where's that?
It's on, Ray Road, right before you get to Stone, Crest.
So, I mean, there's gonna be a lot of discussions, and there's gonna be a lot of planning for the farmer's market, but as far as access to Village Hall, the traffic is not gonna be going past that shed, it's gonna be going that way. So, and just even if you don't even use parking here, using the building for public restrooms, you're still gonna be just walking across the lawn and going in the front doors here. You won't be anywhere near any of that.
So, bottom line is, unlikely that we have to move it, but we can move it if we need to.
Right.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Well, I'm gonna take a photograph of it and see the way it's set on the lot, and everything, I'll send it to you, Joe.
Okay.
And you can distribute it to everyone else, but it's, I'll measure it Tuesday, how big they got, what it is, how large it is. It's a covered shed, no walls, and they can set up in there once a week.
You know what your blocks do?
Yeah, that's it right there.
This is a pole barn, basically. It's just a pole with a roof on it. That's what a lot of people do for the market.
Yeah,
It gives you enough shoulder, but it gives you big wide open spaces to be able to walk and pull in.
It's still a couple of years out. This is our agreement for what we built.
Well, I'm thinking, minimum 2 years. If anything.
Yeah, I mean, we need to really start looking at planning for it, and start working on that.
Okay, I'll take a picture of it and see the measure table, the measurements, all how big it is.
But that could be another project for you, Garrett, is to start looking at planning what that looks like, even though we're not putting dirt.
You need 6 foot problems.
No. We're not moving dirt yet. We still should be talking about what that looks like and getting proposals of what. If we find someone to do that for us, great. But either way, go ahead.
That should be part of the master plan on Rock Park. We're
Yes.
gonna look at all of like our open spaces, so that should be part of that.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, Derek. Next up, consider waiving 2 quote requirement if needed and entering into an agreement with JHM Creative.
You don't have to now.
Yeah, Creative Co.
Do we move on?
Let me ask, this JHM Creative Company, are they local here?
This is my item. Yes, they are local. We don't need to waive any requirements. I have 2 quotes.
Do you need some, would you like another quote?
They are my recommendation at this time.
Okay.
Let me jump into this. This is something I'm really excited about. It's really time that we leveled up our communications. When I came on staff almost 2 years ago, that was my top goal, was to really take us from not having a presence online to being online and being where people can find us, to be transparent, to get our message out there. And sorry, pass Kim down here. And really, if we've reached the point now where we are transparent, we have the presence, but now we need to start looking at where are we going to go. We need to push ourselves further, increase our presence, and really ensure that we are reaching our maximum audience. And by doing that, we need better content. Content that actually grabs people, makes people want to stop and read it. I have this vendor I've met with. She actually came to our office on Monday. Spent 2 hours in my office, really going over what our needs are, really trying to get a feel for the village of Marvin, what our culture is like here, what our goals are. I'm very satisfied with what I was shown. I do have a second quote here that I'm going to pass out. I got this late last night. Well, actually, I got it yesterday. I could not get this to upload in the agenda packets for some reason. It's some kind of odd format.
pricing is the same between the two quotes.
And really what we're going to get out of this communications proposal is they are going to take over our newsletters, redesign them. They'll be going out every other week. We'll have presence on all the social media platforms, including Instagram. We're going to have analytics to show how well we are communicating with the public, what our reach is. They're going to be focusing on trying to use the appropriate hashtags. That's one of the things that really gets our posts, that would get posts out there so more people see them. That will give us recommendations as to how best we might want to spend some additional money in the future to market certain posts for when we have events. We're getting to the point now in social media where if you're not spending money, you're not reaching anybody. So for whenever we have a big event like National Night Out, Marvin Day, or a town hall meeting, or even Coffee with Council, something we really want to get people to pay attention to, we're probably going to have to throw a little bit of money at it in the future. I'm not saying we're there yet, but that's something I really want to focus on for the next Marvin Day. We probably want to throw a little bit of paid advertising, and I can bring back details on that at a later time. But this is really going to step up our game, really going to level up our communications. So today I am asking for approval. They are my recommendation, but you do have an additional proposal in front of you. I will note, one last thing I'll note, this vendor, my recommendation, she has, even though we have not signed a contract, she has volunteered to create a newsletter. I'm waiting on it now, and it would go out tomorrow.
What's your opinion about the charge per month?
I think it's reasonable. It's this quote I got in yesterday, I didn't know what they were going to charge, and they came in about the same thing.
What are we paying now? Or what is there anything, what's it costing now? With everything you put in, yeah.
It's me. It's me doing all of our communications, and this does not take communications out of my role. I would still be the head of communications for the village, but this is going to take me from spending part of my day doing all these posts and trying to think through strategies to where I'll be moving to a supervisory role. I'd be the staff contact. I provide the content. Me and the vendor would meet occasionally to go over our goals for the month, and I would shoot her anything that needs to go out immediately. One thing I'm really going to be stressing is advisory boards. We do still have a vacancy on the Board of Adjustment, and John Jones just resigned from the Planning Board, so we do have a Planning Board vacancy. So volunteerism and marketing our events are the two big things I really want to focus on.
Events, yes.
Derek's all in for events.
So, the reason I brought it up is there was a company I partnered with when I had my SEO company, they do a really good job. All that you've done here, they actually did it for me, for my company, but I partnered with them to send it out to other companies.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody's talking, I can't hear.
It's Jamie. Let me go ahead and take him the phone.
I guess I can. So the only thing I was saying with this is, I'm okay with that, but I've got a relationship with a company that actually did it for my SEO company. And when I talked to my clients, most of them wanted this as well. They want it all wrapped up in one. And so I do have to, if this doesn't work, I've got a company that can do it probably around the same price point. They might do it a little cheaper because of who we are and because of the relationship. So, but listen, they pitched, and I don't want to hold it from that. When we said wait that you quote,
I don't think that way. So the only thing I need is to go with it. I have 2 quotes now. I answer that.
So does it make sense for at least for him to talk to?
you know what?
I'm really ready to pull the trigger on this.
Let's just go.
Line up. But then again, you guys can make your own decision.
No, let's go.
And how are we on budget for something like this?
be taken out of that, and we have another 10,000 left to do for another type of study or another professional consultant if we want to.
So we're within budget.
The term on this agreement is 12 months, so Austin can always try it for a year, see how it goes, and if it's not working out the way we want, then we can go with another vendor.
And like I said, we will have analytics. I will actually be able to see performance as to how well, what metrics we're actually getting our bang for. And if I'm seeing, if we're 6 months down the line, I'm not seeing good progress, that's something I'm going to be cognizant of. And once we get close to the time when the contract will expire, at that point I would consider switching vendors if we weren't satisfied.
Are they managing our Google Analytics, or do we do that currently?
Jerry, you got a call here?
We don't.
I don't know much about Google, I know much about Google Analytics, but we are getting analytics for everything we are doing. I will check on Google Analytics. Yeah, I will check on Google Analytics. I'm sure they do kind of a standard for most vendors.
So, because we need to know how long someone's staying on the website.
That would be from our website.
How long they stay on, how many pages they go to, what are the top pages, and so.
As far as our website goes, that's something, we get those analytics from our current website provider, and he keeps me abreast on that. One thing, as far as website goes, the big trend we see right now is government websites are getting less and less traffic, as people are not engaging with websites, they're engaging with social media. People go to government websites when they need to, but that's not people's main source of government information anymore. I do generally know which web pages are the most traffic and most of the ones we market on the front page of the website. But
I just know the same thing about Facebook and Instagram and all that.
Yeah, we will have those analytics for all those platforms as well as our email. Anybody have any questions for me about either the recommendation or either one of the quotes?
They have on their advertisement, and that's their one thing, they said, there's only one measure unless you measure the correct thing, and that's the only thing that I worry about. People can give you all kinds of analytics, but if it's not what you need, make sure you're reaching the people that's not getting good.
I am confident in either one of these vendors when it comes to analytics. It's really an industry standard at this point.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Quick, brief, 1 second, and I'll be.
Can we move to the next?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
So Kim needs to vote.
Consider adoption of resolution on the recommendation.
Oh, hold on. You can't move on to another item unless you finish the one you're on.
We need to make a
I thought
motion.
you just said we didn't have to do anything.
No, you do.
All right, so we make a motion, to waive the two-quote requirement.
You don't need that. You don't need to waive the 2-quote requirement. You just need to enter an agreement.
Oh, okay, so, making a motion, enter an agreement with GJHM Creative Company for social media marketing and newsletter services in an amount not to exceed $15,000 per year, contingent upon attorney review.
And further discussion, Kim, do you have any other comments on that?
No.
Okay. All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. My apologies for having this stuff. Why does it shut down everything? 2 seconds. I keep entering my password. Is that right? Because it keeps telling me this. Hey, you're not allowed to.
Can you extend the time on his screen so it doesn't go black?
Okay.
I can do that, Larry. I can change that setting. That's not a problem.
So, moving on. All right, here's that over.
He'll fix it later. He can adjust the timeout on it.
We're at number 6, is that correct?
Yes.
Consider adoption of resolution directing the clerk to investigate petitions received under NCGS 160A-31. Voluntary annexation. All right, and what's, real quick?
We've received 2 annexation petitions from Weddington Chase. It's 2 of the 5 remaining holes. We're working to get some other ones in. These 2 have got their annexation petitions in, so I am ready to move forward. You pass this resolution, I come to you at the next meeting with the legally required certificate of sufficiency, and you'll adopt the resolution, set a public hearing.
Okay, any questions, concerns? We like when people come in. All right, do we need a motion?
Yes.
All right.
Kim, okay.
Moved it. Further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes. How's the driveway going? Awesome. All right, next up, discussion of Village of Marvin's voluntary and.
We tabled that.
We take that, okay. And then next up, we have discuss and consider adoption of ordinance amending the general fund budget for longevity benefits. All right, no questions or concerns, everyone looked at that?
Yep.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next up, we have considered call for a public hearing on July 12th at 6 p.m. at Village Hall for special use permit application number 22-12905.
I thought that was
Just let it go.
You need it.
Nope, just calling for a public hearing. I sent you guys an email, just kind of once again over the thing.
Right, I understand. Go ahead.
Yeah, just briefly, basically when we adopted the new accessory structures language, planning board's recommendation was to provide some type of potential avenue for residents to propose an accessory structure in the front yard, kind of to encroach. Just so happens, and a week later, I got a zoning application from a resident. Had no idea that the language changed. They just wanted to do this. So, so basically, it's following that. The 2 conditions is that the accessory structure does not exceed 50% of the first floor gross area, and that it's same looking characteristic. So, special use permit process. It's already been reviewed and recommended by planning board. You guys will hold the public hearing, and I can get into more details on it then.
This would be just for, if they don't have an HOA, because I would think the HOAs would get involved.
Correct. And that's one reason why when we did the language, I wasn't too worried about it, because of the way certain neighborhoods already have some of those parameters in place where it's not going to matter. It was really for
but
kind
not
of.
all do, and a lot of them aren't even operational HOAs. They never meet, they never.
Yeah, it was mainly focused for larger lots or larger older lots that maybe houses are set further back. So I'll get into more details during the hearing, but if you guys have any questions prior or anything, feel free to give me a call or something.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion on the table, further discussion. All's in favor? Aye. Motion passes. Next up, consider adoption of resolution opposing Union County CZ application 2021-04, Henry Nesbitt, RV and boat. Is this Andy?
No, this is me.
Okay.
If you guys haven't heard, I think this started prior. Pass her down.
On your way, Kim.
Almost there.
All right. So this started, I guess, prior to me starting this position. I remember when my first couple meetings, I did provide you guys during my planner's update about this application that was submitted to Union County. Well, then it just kind of died. Nothing ever was heard from it. Well, then the applicant sent out probably about 3-4 weeks ago a letter for their public involvement meeting and kind of stirred up all this controversy. So in short, basically it's a conditional rezoning off the property at the corner of Henry Nesbitt and Waxhaw Marvin for that boat RV storage. It's similar to kind of how we adopted the resolution for the cell tower earlier this year, or I guess late last year. Basically, we fielded a lot of calls from residents that are opposing it. It does abut properties in Marvin. I've already kind of talked with Union County on this, and it was recommended for us to adopt a resolution either opposing or supporting it. But from my general, I guess, consensus from everybody, it would be in opposition. So I went ahead and prepared a resolution for that. So if you guys adopt this today, then it will be submitted over to the county and become part of that application packet that's reviewed by the county planning board and the board of commissioners.
Leonard, do you know when they're gonna be hearing that rezoning?
Tentatively, I think it will go to planning board in July, which I think their planning board is the second Tuesday, so it's the same day as council. And then after it goes to planning board, it will then tentatively probably be the board of commissioners, I would think, at their August, that first Tuesday of August meeting. But I can keep you guys updated on that, because Bjorn said tentatively. It's kind of similar with that cell tower thing, where after it goes through one step of the process, the applicant can obviously, he has to convey to the county that they want to keep moving forward, or if they want to submit any type of revisions or anything to their application, that will take some time. But if it goes straight through with the process, the applicant doesn't make any decisions to revise anything, I think it would be tentatively the first Tuesday in August for the Board of Commissioners public hearing.
Okay, do you think it makes sense? I mean, I know that the planning board's meeting is the same night as our meeting, but do you think it makes sense for you to go to that and, like, if they have public comment?
In my opinion, I don't think it's not necessary. If we adopt this resolution, I think that says pretty much everything. And I can also let Bjorn know and add things into that public comment for planning board instead of actually being there.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna move that resolution. I'll have it in front of me.
Just to add, Kim, I brought it up at the WUMA meeting, and the other municipalities in WUMA are also sending a resolution against it on our behalf.
All right, so I guess we need to make
A motion is on the table to just approve the public hearing. Further
No,
discussion?
approve the resolution.
Approve the resolution.
I'm sorry. Further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Next up, we have discussion and consideration of pursuing a referendum to obtain general obligation bonds for increasing the village, let's see, increasing the village roadway system and entering contract with First Giant to assist in analytical discovery and LGC pre-application at an hourly rate. Chris. How long is it gonna be? Just kidding. Okay, all right.
I think that this is, we kind of threw it out there when we were talking about time, we don't have to meeting yet. We have
I can't hear.
all these roads to take care of, or the, well, let's just do a bond. Well, the process is a lot more than let's just do a bond. And I'm not sure that everybody recognizes, one, how long this is gonna take, the amount of work this is gonna take, and how expensive it actually is. So my suggestion is that diving into it right now, we barely have any information, is let's have like some small meetings with Christina and a couple of council people, and everybody like really find out the process, the cost, et cetera, and if people still want to move forward with it, which I'm totally fine with, then we can do that, but if we don't have like any information, I really don't think that people realize the cost and effort that this is going to take. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, and I agree, just for the public, if anyone's listening to tapes, is the reason we were doing this is looking at like a road system or anything that involves roads, including the roundabouts. And it was suggested by DOT that we have to be more creative on our ends at a CRTPO meeting, that, we need to figure out funding. And I said, well, we had proposed doing it in today's dollars. And that's kind of the drive to this, is so we can do it in today's dollars based, and we were talking about this years ago, but it was poo-pooed years ago. Now they seem to be able to do it. But more importantly, the other option that we have to consider as we're looking into this is we may be creating an issue going forward for us on how anything gets done when it comes to roads and relating to DOT, meaning that oh, the DOT, we want something done, and it's a DOT thing, and the DOT look at us and say, hey, just go do another bond, like, it's no big deal. The intent for this was to get all our roads done, and we're all paying the same taxes, and everyone, it should all be done. So there's talk, I agree with you, Kim, we, sit down in little mini meetings before we, but I want the public to know we're at least considering this, because we are aware that, we're all paying the same taxes, but we're all not necessarily getting the same service, because we just can't take over the roads all at once. But we were looking at bigger picture, not only the community roads within the village of Marvin, but also things like roundabouts and with this heritage, what we can do with all of that and what that would look like. So I agree with you though. Any other questions or concerns? Because we don't have to spend too much time on this.
Is she tabling this? That's my question.
Do you want to table this, or do you want to just? Or get a roundabout completed sooner than later too, so. And whatever that entails. Right. I think we can get a lot done individually and then bring it to a committee or a meeting like this 2 months down the road and see where we're at from that standpoint. So with that said, any other questions, concerns about comments? All right, so we'll go ahead and need a motion.
You've got some.
Okay, yeah, she's shaking her head.
I don't think you all need a motion just to table it. You can just agree that we'll bring this up at another meeting.
We'll just table it to August.
Yep.
In the meantime, we'll work on some times to get it. And I know there's some people that may even help guide us, hopefully, on how this works. All right.
I have a comment that you did offline though, just because DOT's approach Amber Meadows, Tullamore, and Marvin Creek, they take over the facade on the bridge next to, on Tom Shore next to Ray Road. And because they're upset because they get so many phone calls, they said, well, if y'all want this taken care of, why don't you just do it yourself? We'll sign an encroachment agreement and let's do it. I've approached all three neighborhoods, basically the answer's no, because they don't want to take over DOT work, because they keep shoving it. Go back to what you're talking about on this other. If you're willing to do it, we'll let you have it, but we're not going to give you anything else. All right.
So I actually have this itemized out in the manager's report. If you could bring that back up and get that another.
Okay, all right, so we'll go ahead and table it to August and work on some dates of council members and Christina moving forward on that. All right, next up we have discuss some consideration Marvin Branding Initiative as portion of wayfinding project at a cost not to exceed $7,000.
So if you will recall, a few months ago, we entered an agreement with Arnett and Aldro to, sorry.
Getting there. Almost.
You can get past line.
All right, I'll restart. So if you recall, we entered an agreement with Arnett and Aldro about 2 or 3 months ago to initiate a wayfinding initiative where we basically go in and install signs that examples are in the packet, signs basically wayfind certain marks in Marvin, Village Hall, our park, anything that we want to show pedestrians and or vehicular traffic where our common corridor is, where our common areas are. That process will probably take about a year. We'll have a very in-depth public process involved with that, so the design of the signs will be in the packet. We will be able to implement the packet The part of the discussion I want to have here today is if you wanted to go ahead and look at branding the village as opposed to using our current seal, so to say. This is our seal right now. This is not necessarily the same thing that we may want to brand on all of our signs. It may be, it may not be. I provided examples in your agenda packet so you can see the use of other communities that have brands that are not their seal. So just wanted to start that conversation with you all because it is something that we've discussed in the past. We have never gone anywhere with it. So we can, again, keep the option to use the existing seal, or we can go ahead and start a branding initiative that would be implemented into our new signs that we're going to install at some point in the next 10, 15 years. That would be up for several years to come. So if we're going to talk about branding in the near future, meaning, the next 1 to 5 years, we may as well go ahead and do it now so that we don't design signs that are going to end up changing after our branding is done. So first and foremost, I guess the question to cancel is, do you want to use the seal as our brand, or do you want to actually do something to create a brand for Marvin?
Well, haven't we already kind of started that? Haven't we already kind of started that with our street signs with our seal on them as a brand? Because that was kind of the whole basis behind changing the street signs with our seal is for branding purposes, correct?
He's basically saying that we've already sort of started, Kim, when you look at the signs for street signs, with the Village of Marvin seal at the end of that street sign, so isn't that part of branding? So, and I don't know, I'm not the expert in that. I'd at least like to see options. Are you in favor of doing something different than the seal? Is that what you're saying? Okay. Hold on one second. I need to. Sorry. Hold on one second. Hello? Yeah. Yes. Yep. Oh, that's fine, yes. Thank you. Sorry about that. My wife went down to the beach early for specific things, and I've been waiting for that call, so my apologies. Kim, you're back, okay? All right, so, where were we? So what Andy's saying is about the signs, we already have the seal. I'd be open to looking at different things, but does that really affect the street signs going forward? Are we going to stay with that? Because not all neighborhoods are going with the new signs anyway.
Right, and they're not that many, so if we end up with different logos and not a seal, there are going to be that many street signs that we have to swap out.
Okay.
I mean, I'm open to looking at.
The seal that you see on the street signs currently, it's a very durable decal, so we actually could probably just cover those up with the same material and it would be fine. So we really wouldn't even have to replace a sign, we just have to get a decal of the same material and cover it.
Do not use what's inside of the circle. It's part of your branding, and just so you're not taking away from one to do the other. You're not using the seal, but you can still use, if you look at Kinston, or if you look at Fort Mill, if you look at the Fort Mill one, that, you know, making sense. You use what's inside of it. You use the church and the barn as that logo. So you're staying consistent with the logo. We're not changing.
So basically what, So basically what the branding people would do is take input from the board or the steering committee that's put together to use elements of what's included in the branding. It could be what Councilman Lund, just mentioned is using the church as the outline. It can be something completely different. It's just depending on what the board is looking for and what the steering committee kind of guides as to what the expectation. A lot of times in these branding processes, they'll use public input, so they'll have charrette-style meetings with members of the public, and they'll go over things like, what is it that attracts you to Marvin, or what is one word that you could encompass in Marvin, and people would say, golf course, or peace, wooded lots, a lot of green space. So they would take all of those words and try to put it into a picture so that it represents the representative voices within the city. Does that make sense, y'all?
And this company work, what are we looking at, price wise and cost?
Less than 7,000.
So what do you need from us this morning?
First and foremost, if y'all are interested in doing the the branding as a part of the wayfinding, and if so, we would need to go into a contract with the same vendor, so we would basically just up our price to them. If it's something you're interested in, the scope of work is actually in the agenda packet. I would just need approval to enter an agreement with Arnett and Monroe to, for the scope of work that's in your agenda packet. It's not too
And we already set up a committee that would, which group, planning board, who would we be looking to? Do we have to form another committee? Because if we don't have that ready, then it doesn't make sense to go into this yet, you know what I mean?
So the next item on your agenda is the wayfinding steering committee. You could use that same steering committee, or you could create another committee for that purpose.
Is there a wayfinding steering committee in place now?
You're getting ready to talk about it.
Okay, so there's not?
No.
So we don't have any people in it, okay?
Correct.
So we do this, and obviously we're gonna have to create something or use one of the existing committees, maybe even the Heritage District could be part of that.
And this is the same thing you guys did for the website. You created a committee for it after we went into that agreement.
Is there some sort of, regardless of whether any of us on the board want to do this or not, is there some sort of sense of urgency about this? Are we trying to tie it in with town hall, or should we get the Heritage District kind of the momentum going on that more?
So the sense of urgency is the fact that we are into an agreement right now with them to do the wayfinding efforts, and they're going to use all of our input and our design for whatever the branding of these wayfinding signs.
So we already committed to them?
Yes, yeah. So the urgency is if we're gonna go ahead and design the signs right now with today's input in mind, meaning the fonts, the sizes, the shapes of what we anticipate the logo going, we wanna make sure we get the design right, because if not, you're kind of earmarking yourself to a design standard in the future. For example, our sign, our logo, per se, for lack of better terms, is a circle. After we go through the whole branding effort, we may come up with something that's completely vertical, like an old.
And I know this came out of the retreat. I mean, we were talking about the retreat. That's where this all emanated from, that we wanted that signs as people entering into Marvin, that sort of thing. That's where this all got started. So,
And we are, if I can remember correctly, I believe we are using some of that ARPA funding for this effort. So it is something that we did pull the trigger in last fiscal year. We're just not starting it until this year, so we had paid for it in this fiscal year.
I think it makes sense to do this all at once, and I think that we can apply it to the Heritage District as we develop the district. I mean, because we're not going to build any signs or anything until we have it figured out what we're going to put on. So I think it makes sense to go ahead and figure out a brand for Marvin in conjunction with the wayfinding, and then once it's all settled and designed, then we can apply it as we build the Heritage District in other parts of the village. I mean, I think the planning part of it is prudent to do now.
So to your point, a lot of the scope of work is going to be involved in the wayfinding And the branding is gonna encompass some of those future items. So, not only are the plans for the signs gonna have room for future growth, meaning more signs or more wayfinding areas, but part of the branding can also encompass what's to come. You know, we know the Heritage District is coming down the line. We could try to encompass what we envision as that, as a part of this process as well. So if y'all are all in agreement with this, I just need a direction from y'all to move forward with the contract.
Do we have a budget for it?
Say again?
Do we have a budget for it?
We did not budget for the branding effort, so we would have to see if we could find the money or pull it from contingency. It's in the new, it would be in the new fiscal year that we're getting ready to start tomorrow, so, we can find the money to play with it.
Okay. Any other questions, Tim?
No, I'm good.
So, we need a motion for that?
Yes, sir.
You know, want to get started on that?
It's in your system.
I'd like to make a motion.
Margaret Branding Initiative as a portion of wayfinding projects cost not to exceed $7,000. Further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Next up, discussion and consideration of wayfinding steering committee.
So, as we just discussed, part of the scope of the wayfinding initiative is going to require a steering committee. So as we just discussed, a part of the wayfinding initiative is going to be the creation of a steering committee to help guide and mold that process and what goes on into the wayfinding efforts. So I'm not really asking you all for action today, other than if you've got a couple people in mind, let me know so I can reach out to them and ask if they're interested. And then what we can do at the consent agenda or as a discussion item in the regular meetings is go ahead and establish those people in that committee form.
You brought this up, could they be, part of the Heritage District? Or
You
could
could
could we just not use the Heritage District folks?
You would probably want to diversify the group a little bit, because we don't want it primarily all focused on Heritage District. You probably want someone from the parks, you know, from PRG or someone that has park experience.
Okay, I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, I'd say, let's just reach out to the Heritage District and say, okay, how many do you want on this committee? Do you want one from parks, one from, you know, one representative from council?
We have planning board on the.
Planning board.
Can it be the public at large, too?
And public, so maybe 6 people on this committee, maybe 7.
I would advertise this to the public and try to get some residents.
Yeah, I just think that we tap into and we just let all the boards currently that are in place know that, hey, this is something you're interested in, this is something we're doing, we'd love to, you know, and hopefully we get more than we need as far as requests, and we just select.
We can do that. I think you probably will get at least 1 or maybe even 2 people from PRG. I don't think you'll have much success with the planning board because they're overly committed as it is between their jobs and I don't think you'll get many people from the planning board just because they're already overcommitted between their jobs and their work on the board, and some of them are on the Heritage District Committee. I think you'll get a couple of good residents too that aren't currently on the board. Keep that in mind.
So we'll basically summarize what we'll do is advertise out. We'll try to get some people from existing committees. The fear is they're overcommitted right now, so we'll do our efforts to do so. But in a nutshell, we're going to advertise out to the public to see what input is desired amongst people who are interested.
That's what I was thinking.
Are you guys good?
Yes.
All right. So we don't need a motion for that?
Or we're not creating the committee today, are we?
No.
Okay, so then you're good.
All right. All right, moving on. We have review of council minutes.
Okay, so you guys, in your agenda packets, you have the minutes for the May 26th work session. That's where you adopted the budget, and the June 7th regular meeting. Let me know if you look through them and if anything needs to be fixed. If you guys don't have any changes, we're going to put these on the consent agenda for the next meeting.
Any changes at this point that you want before we send it on, Kim? Okay, so we'll need a motion.
You don't need a motion.
You don't need a motion?
I'm just going to put them on the consent. You're good.
Put them on the consent agenda. Okay. Moving on, open topics.
I have one, it's not being already covered. There is a tree down and a tree that needs to come down next to one of the trails. And it's too large for Derek's crew to do. He went out to get some bids to remove it, could only get 2.
I got 3.
Well, you got 3? Okay. And then- This is.
Where do you set the document?
I know I've got a wife in the hospital.
Oh.
You said the Amber Meadows Trail?
Yeah. My lowest bid came in at 3,000. So it's if you want to see the pictures, it's a pretty large oak. It dropped it. I mean,
where is it at?
What did he say? Somebody said I think 42 inches.
In the park?
On Amber Meadows Trail.
Can we get that on the screen?
Not immediately. It would probably take me 10 minutes to get it up there.
And it dropped a dead limb that was a widowmaker.
Okay, so that's a dead tree anyway.
Yes, it's struck on lightning.
Yeah, that's pretty good. All right,
You want to take it
I'm
on?
not gonna take it on. I got it out. All right. So yeah, so we need approval for, you want to make a motion to.
Christina,
allow there to-
This is open topics. Do you want them to make an approval on this?
So we can do it in-house, but just FYI, we may have to bring back a budget amendment for you guys if we can't seem to make it work. So we don't really need any action. With the new purchasing policy, we can take care of it. It wasn't budgeted though, so just stay on that.
But you can make that happen real quickly.
Yes.
Okay.
We don't need y'all action.
Okay. And then any other open topics?
Yeah, I have show and tell. Right here. All right, so there was a discussion about placement and design and all that stuff with the flagpole. I think we've determined the position of where we're going to put the flagpole. But so one option that we had about the flagpole, once we get it in the ground, probably about a 12-inch diameter concrete circle around the pole itself. And then my proposal was to do a paper circle kit, which they no longer make. But the idea behind the paper circle kit was to be able to engrave pavers in memoriam for people who have done things for the village. We've been looking for a way to do something of that sort. So this would be an opportunity for that to happen. Okay. So in doing some research on this project, I came up with these particular pavers to make a circle. So I will pass this around, and then I can send that picture to Kim, text it to her, so she can see it. But that's in a circular pattern using these particular pavers. It can also be done in conjunction with that in a sidewalk configuration to get to it from the existing concrete sidewalk. They can be done in such a way that we can remove them for engraving and then replace them.
And basically on what you showed us, I was thinking as I'm listening to you, like we had the old the town hall, you had like one single thing where you could actually add on to it and go out and out and out, right? The circular thing, you could add names and.
Right, so these can be added, you can always add to the outside diameter if you get to that point. Now,
Yeah.
we can go with an 8-foot diameter to start with around the thing if we want to, and then it would take us a long time to fill in with each individual paver with a person's name or what have you. But is anybody? Let me text this to Kim right quick. Is anybody opposed to that particular style? That paver or whatever?
I know there are other pavers other than that, you're just trying to go with something.
Well, so this is
because when those kind of push up against each other, there's a lot of open space there. You're assuming grass is going to grow up with this?
Well, so the reason that I chose these for this is because the way they are made, you can get a circular pattern out of them because they're of the way they're shaped, and this is why I chose these particular pavers. The other pavers that are available out there would have much bigger gaps and wouldn't fit nicely together like it does. Like you see this pattern in the circle here. So the idea would be to make it. Get this thing.
So let me ask you this, I'm seeing 4 different sizes, you use all 4 different sizes in this? Or
Yes.
is it just one size?
No, it's all 4 sizes, and
So-
what that does is gives you the ability to make your circle, your diameter, custom without cutting it.
But it also creates limitations of what you can engrave on a smaller brick versus a bigger brick. So you would just leave the bigger brick for the engravings?
If that ends up being how it has to go, then yes. So
The bigger ones would be for the engraving, the smaller ones would be like the fill-in.
So, and I'm okay with it, but then the fill-in is going to be what, sand or?
So,
I mean, that's where.
No, I mean, the fill-in like the little ones.
No, I understand that. I'm saying in between the cracks where you're going to have big gaps. Just looking even at the picture that you provided, you have big gaps and stuff. So what is the look?
it's on its way. I sent it to you.
What
Jim.
the end look, is it pavers with grass growing up, or is it pavers with sand in between, or is it?
So we can do, we could do just a loose sand rather than the polymeric sand that we usually use. And the reason for that is because if you put it in with polymeric sand, it's glued in. They're not coming out. So what I can do, I've discussed this with other professionals in my business, and putting a thick mill plastic underneath the paver on top of the base, so that the water doesn't penetrate the base and erode the base. We can put a loose sand in there, and then when we take the paver out, we can take the paver out, replace the sand, and we put it back in, and continue that.
I'm just trying the ongoing maintenance of it. Is it just weed killer?
Yeah,
Because
just
weeds are
spray.
going to grow up regardless of what you put down.
Right, it would be just sprayed. There was another option, and I don't know if this is a viable option or not, but one thing that the manager at MLP there, he suggested that they mix a clear epoxy with an aggregate, and that clear epoxy then hardens and the aggregate stays in its shape. The only thing with that is it would be a tremendous amount of work to do that in a small area like this. If it was larger, bigger areas, and then you would have to wrap everything with like saran wrap or something so it didn't stick to the paper, because it would also glue the paper in that kind of situation. So the best scenario I can think of is the screenings, because they're gray, dark gray. Would go well with this being as close to black as you're going to get out of paper, to go with the building colors. We could do the screenings in there. The only thing we would, and one thing that we could do, Derek, for your guys for maintenance is put like a pre-emergent over that. That keeps the seeds from germinating in those, which helps keep that maintenance down. And you can spray it if you have it, you come up. But like, you know, like preen or something like that, granular
So
pre-emergent.
this, the whole size of this is what, how wide?
However wide we design it to be, we can go, I mean, the sky's the limit. But I think.
So you envision it to be a circle or a half circle?
A circle around the flagpole.
And it just keeps building out if we need to a certain point where we can't build it.
Right, but I mean, you're talking, you're already talking a couple hundred papers, just in like an 8-foot circle. So if we outbuild this thing, we're all not gonna be here.
Right.
It's somebody else's issue to deal with. I mean, and we also have the sidewalk that we can add.
To make tighter joints?
I mean, we could do a square pattern, if you guys want that. I'm thinking radiating out from the flagpole was my thought, but this is why I'm trying to bring this up, is so that we can kind of come up with some kind of a design for this flagpole, and it also become a memorial for.
I've looked at a lot of papers and stuff, and I don't recall seeing these, but I wasn't looking to do a flagpole thing either. But I mean, I'm okay with that, and if that's as dark as you're gonna get it, then it is.
That's the black paper. I mean, that's what you're gonna get for black paper.
If you engrave it, is it gonna show up?
Yeah.
Because it's colored through.
If we're gonna, are we gonna go ahead and build it like 8 by 8 or whatever, like 8 or whatever, and then whenever we have somebody, we'll pull out one and bring it and take it back?
Yes, that's the intent, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm fine with that, and it's like, say we start with an 8-foot diameter around the flagpole, and, you know, and it's right outside the location here. So to go visit it, you would have to go out to around the side.
It's on this front side.
We can determine that's it.
Yeah, and actually Derek had I guess the lines marked out there, so we know we're not going to do it.
So you feel you've done enough investigation on papers that this is the right there?
In my professional opinion, if we're going to do a circle, that would be the paper to use. If we decided to go with a square, still, I mean.
There's a lot, well, you go square,
you can get a lot of
closed gaps, which is what when I saw that picture, I'm like, wow, I don't know what the gaps are going to be filled with in that picture you sent, but I guess I didn't like that look, but I get it, but square, I mean, if you think flagpole, you have something around, so.
So consensus, what does everybody think, round or square?
Oh, I like the round idea. For me, speaking for me.
You get your epoxy?
Yeah.
All right.
Jamie?
Well, I'm gonna get around flagpole.
Yeah.
So round, is that your thought? Okay.
A little bit round, yeah. I mean,
So then we'll do round. I mean, it's a round pole, so I'm radiating out from a round pole. That's my thought. So okay. So then, if this is what we want to do, then I can get together a cost, and we can figure out what it's.
I just think it's a great idea for the community, but as can be engraved, and it's cool.
Because we've looked at, we've been trying to figure out an option for engraving something for that memorial setup, and this gives us an opportunity to do that.
So you're thinking people that are engraving there. So I was thinking, I know we talked about something where we're doing engravings where people do donations for, whether it's the park and stuff, and doing something similar to this where they buy a block, it costs you $100, that goes towards a fund of helping with the thing. This is specifically for the people who have
contributed to the village.
Contributed and still can be around, or post-mortem, or?
I think it could be all of the above.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, any significant, contribution to the village, what they've done for us, you know. So, all right, well then it gives me direction. I can put together a cost and a plan, and then we'll know what we're looking at, and then I'll build it.
Okay. And I think we have consensus, we don't need a motion for that, so.
Nope, you're good.
Anything else on local topics? Sure, Miss.
Yes, and again, I don't mind doing this myself, I just want to point out, when you come into Marvin on Marvin Road, the sign that says Marvin whatever, it just looks, it's got a bunch of mold and really on it.
Which one?
The one you're coming, you go across the bridge.
Yeah.
Marvin, yeah, go across the bridge, there's the sign Marvin, and because it's got a bunch of trees and stuff around it. It just needs.
You said on Marvin Road?
Yeah,
I mean, if they would take some Clorox spray, wipe it down.
Well, you know, to your point, like every sign, even on Newtown, as you're coming in, the speed limit signs, all of them, they're all green. Every last sign out there is
So
just dirty.
I don't know if that's something that we can assign someone to do, or someone on staff to do. I can help, again, I don't mind, my boys and I can just get the pickup truck and turn the music on, and go spraying down, but they do look bad. You know, we want
It's
to
just
set-
accessing it, if I can remember correctly, it's not like a good area.
It's not a good area, it's not a good area for anybody, so it doesn't matter. I'm just pointing out that I noticed it just driving around, and even for, coming down Marvin School Road, you got signs that they're there, but they look.
They look fresh enough.
They seem fresh.
Okay, so we assign someone, Derek, something you would assign, someone would go do?
Yeah, I think my guys could knock that out pretty easily.
But you're just talking about the Village of Marvin sign, not like all the other signs.
Yeah, no, just that one down there, but I mean, if they're out and about and they see a sign that's got a bunch of mildew on it, spray it.
I mean, does DOT take care of their signs when they get like so green you can hardly read them?
We can report them, but I'm sure it's way far down the road.
I'm sure it is, but that's the problem that we're dealing with, is that nobody cares about
We
maintaining.
can take care of the Marvin sign,
Yeah.
for sure.
Well, I want to, you said about taking care of, Marvin doesn't care about the signs either. There's 2 signs, stop signs, and a street sign in Amber Meadows that's been that way since 5 years, over 5.5 years. It still has no concrete, there's nothing in the hole, nothing in the lane like this.
We need to address that then.
I mean, it's been turned in, but this needs concrete. I mean, just because it said Marvin.
Okay.
We'll take care of that.
I wasn't even aware of that. So.
Well, I mean, again, it's not even his fault, but if we recognize something like that, we just need to pass it on. And we just staff to do it again. I don't stop it next time, and the board will sit down in the house doing nothing. Get in the back of the truck and turn the music on, spray it down, wipe it down, go on about your business. It's not going to take that long, it's just, do you have the resolution? You know, X amount of. Yes, right.
Prior
Just
to
take
that.
5, just take 5 and community, you know, those stuff. Just, I guarantee you people notice it. Well, then it'll never be said.
Yeah, I probably got an email somewhere 5 years ago when we asked that to fix. And then, in fact, we even had, if you get the concrete, or we'll do it ourselves.
Is it our roads?
Yeah.
So it is on.
Yeah. Okay. Your roads, your.
I remember it coming up, maybe there is something like that.
There was a discussion back in September of 2020 about signs that were leaning in the village. I don't recall if it was Amber Meadows or what particular sign it was, but we basically at that point agreed that we probably need to go out and assess all signs. And it's actually on our action list. It's one of those things that we just, it's still like low priority for us. We just haven't got around to doing it, but we'll take care of that specific one so that it gets not on the list.
We only got 2 signs.
Okay.
I think fire may have something to do with an issue. Okay, anything else? I did want to bring up one thing, and it just kind of caught me, and I
someone's got to refresh my memory if we went down this path. But, what is it called when you, capture a name and it's your rights to that name only? Trademarking. We talked about trademarking at some point, and what kind of, I was in Chunktown, and this person is nowhere near Marvin. This is actually in Longview. Yet their name is Marvin Village Dentistry. We saw that over at Kohl's too. They name these things, and I know Providence Downs was talking about renaming theirs to something Marvin. They're not Marvin, so I don't know. This is a, you know, they're saying they're using this because of our good name, and we have this, but it's, I'm calling these people out because it came in a flyer, and I'm like, wow, this isn't even in Marvin, because I know we have very limited commercial areas anyway, so this is way over by Longview, but they're using our name.
Isn't it called Marvin something?
That's my point. That's my point. But he's using the Marvin name, and I think it is even located in Charlotte. So, but it goes to trademarking. Okay. Yeah, I just think that, hey, we take a lot of pride in what it is, and it's like, you got people that don't want to be part of Marvin, but want to get the benefits from it. So I know that trademarking was going to cost some money, though, in trademarking that.
Well, when you trademark, and the only reason I know this is because I've went through this process personally, but when you trademark something, you have to trademark it for a certain good or service. And we would have to trademark Marvin for dentistry, or Marvin for coffee, or whatever it is, whatever types of services we would be providing, if it's good and service restricted. So I can ask Chaplain to look into it, but
I mean, I'm used to seeing, especially out west, everybody capitalizes, it's almost a compliment that they use your name. So for example, you could be 15 miles outside of Las Vegas, and they have Las Vegas Pet Club. You know what I'm saying? It's not in Vegas, it's not in the city limits. Yellowstone, same thing. You go to, somewhere on the outside, is the Yellowstone Bar and Grill, and it's not in Yellowstone, it's in Livingston, Montana. So I don't know.
Listen, I don't know if it's a big enough issue to consider, but I look at that and I'm like, okay, you're not even a part of us. We're certainly not benefiting from any tax basis or whatever it is.
Maybe you go to the dentist and give you a discount going to the mayor.
Yeah. Anyways, we'll take it to Chaplain. You can pass that on. That's all I had and stuff. The communications is up next. Nobody else had anything else. Where do we have on that?
That's me. Okay, so you guys just approved the contract with our new communications consultant. So the communication reports will look a little different. You're going to see a month ahead from now on. So what you've been doing is we get to the end of July, you're looking at August. Well, what we're going to do now is you'll get to the end of July, and you'll be looking at September. We're going to be a month ahead of schedule and getting communications planned far out in advance. So this is the list for July and August, so we can hit the ground running. We will obviously be adding things to this as needs arise. If we hear there's a trash delay, we'll add that. If we have some extra event reminders, we'll add those. But this is the general list we got planned for the next 2 months. Kim, do you have anything for me?
Surprisingly, no.
I did good.
Good job.
Okay. Anything else? Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Austin. Moving forward, discussion of July and August communications.
That's what we just did.
Okay. Reports and updates. Before we go into that, you said we brought lunch in.
we do.
Kim, you're gonna have to pull over at McDonald's because we got food here. So we're gonna take a quick break.
What'd you say?
You need to pull over at McDonald's because we're gonna take a quick break. We have lunch brought in. And go, is it just grab it and bring it back or working lunch?
I honestly don't know what it is.
All right, well, you want to call me back when you guys are ready to
We're gonna call you back and call for a quick recess and figure out, we may eat lunch real quick or make it a worse than lunch, we don't know yet. I'll call you back.
So, motion to recess?
Yes, all's in favor?
Someone needs to move it.
Wayne's already out of the room.
Someone needs to move, who moved it? Andy? Okay. We're live.
I'm going to,
Reconvene.
reconvene the meeting, recess meeting, so the time at 12:16. Let's see, I'm sure my computer shut down on me, so give me a second. No, it didn't. So that makes no sense. It shuts down after 2 minutes, or I just left for 30 minutes and nothing.
It just tries to annoy you,
It
Joe.
does. This is why I didn't respond to her in an email, because I don't. Okay, reports and update, manager's report, you got something?
I got a lot. I usually don't have anything, but.
I'm gonna put you on the time.
You got 10 minutes.
Ready? The first thing is, this is not on your agenda here, but Union County came back last night and gave us a cost of, I don't know if it's cost of living increase or what, but the sheriff contract went up 6%. Most of that's reflected in your budget that we approved. We may have to go back and do one minor budget amendment. Still haven't looked at the numbers, but the overall increase from last year we're in now to the year we're going into is 6%, just FYI.
So 100,000 became 106,000?
Yes.
Well, you had to know that was coming.
Yes. Usually I think it's coming down around 2 or 3. I think.
You need a budget?
Some communities are slowing down their patrols because of gas. They don't have the gas budget, so at least we don't have that. That's probably factored into that as a big cost, I'm sure.
So you said a budget amendment was needed?
I don't know if the budget amendment's needed. I don't think so, but I'm just letting them know. All right, moving on. So placement of the village hall flag. As we've discussed a couple of times, we purchased that cast bronze plaque that we want to put somewhere on the property. Staff is thinking on the left side of the front doors, meaning the parking lot doors.
Coming in on the left side?
Yes.
Yeah.
Unless y'all have any other suggestions or unless y'all object.
Now, how is it going to be mounted on what? Is it in the ground? Is it on the wall? On a wall?
In the, yeah, it's mounted to the building.
Oh, this building.
And Austin got the instructions from the plaque maker on how to do that.
Why don't we put it in the face of the plaque?
It's meant to be mounted on a wall. It's the plaque's meant to be mounted to a building.
Well, we could do the flagpole if we put it on a pedestal, then mount it to that.
I don't got one.
Well, I mean, we can make one.
You will. It's a bronze plaque. It's gonna hold up. But it would be you would have it in where it could be rained on and all weather and whatnot.
Right. It's bronze.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying.
So to summarize, they discussed the possibility of putting it at the flagpole instead of here to the building.
What?
She doesn't like that idea. She thinks it should be on the building.
I mean, I'm fine putting it on the building.
It should be on the building. If you go in,
Yeah.
you get the right on the building.
It's protected by the porch. It'll last long.
So it's on the left side or right side coming in the doors?
Left side.
Why not?
When you open the door, it's gonna block the view.
There you go.
Naturally look to the left.
Because most people are right-handed, so it's just not.
Okay.
Everybody look at the left side, parking lot, building. If you're into the building, parking lot side, left side of the building. Is everybody doing that?
Yep.
All right.
So we're good there.
Moving on.
Okay, moving on to Marvin Day 23 date. We have discussed this day, I think we had originally set May 6th. Ended up being graduation dates for some colleges that we felt like we didn't want to conflict with. So we really want to talk about what date we were looking for, because every other day in May seems to have some type Day, Mother's Day. So,
Well, whatever we do, I think we should be consistent going forward. If it's the first weekend in June or whatever, I mean, it gets a little tricky because a lot of people are on vacation, but we don't want to conflict with all that. But it should be a standard. It should be where we're deciding it every year like this and just say, okay, let's pick the first Saturday in June, in May, whatever it is.
There shouldn't be any vacations in June.
Or we can do it in August, we can do it in the fall too.
so to summarize,
Not all
basically, it
kids.
doesn't matter what day.
Back it up to April.
Throughout the year, like whatever, every year.
So everybody knows.
Well, somebody's gonna miss something. Right. It's just, we can't.
Okay, so I'm looking at June 2023. To get, you don't want to deal with, when is Memorial Day, the 29th?
It's the last week in May.
You're going to hit high school graduations the first weekend in June. You may want to consider April, the tail end of April.
And then is anyone okay with fall? Obviously, we wouldn't do it this fall, but we have a lot more time to plan.
I think you have to check with the, what's hardest when we pick a day, we have to check with the school and then the sports calendars.
Right. That becomes a big challenge for Saturday.
I think, yeah, especially in the fall, I think.
Maybe that first Saturday in June works best for the sports weekend. They don't have a high school graduation during our weekend, week. So I think the first Saturday in June works. And if school day, great, if school down, whatever, like it is what it is, we're gonna run into something, and I agree with Jamie, it's gonna be hard to find a day that works for the school, and that's like our biggest, probably one of our biggest challenges.
And then we just notify the school, this is what our intent would be, and then so they can put it on their schedule if they're looking at those.
Unfortunately, we can't book that date with the school until they make their athletic calendars, and they won't be doing that till August. So we can't book it. We can't firm up a date until August, basically.
But if we make it an annual, if we make it an annual thing going forward, and it's gonna be that first weekend, does that help the school in their planning process? If it's a recurring every year kind of thing?
I'm sure they would take in consideration, but in the end, they're going to put their athletics before whatever we're doing.
So they're open to at least us utilizing their field going forward, correct?
I mean, they enjoyed having us this past. They enjoyed having Marvin Day there. They would be fine with doing it again next year, but we're subject to their schedule on this because we want to use their facility.
I got a question asked to me by the Marvin Ridge Band, because my wife's going to be the, I guess, acting vice president and will become president of the Marvin Band Club. But they're asking when should we be planning for this next car show already? And I said, don't have an answer, but we're working on it. So,
June 3rd is the first Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go with that to start, because as you get further into June, people are really on their vacations and stuff. I think there's no athletic things going on the first week in any June.
Since the last day of school this year is June 9th.
School may still be in at that point.
It is still a
Even better. But it's always going to be the first Saturday. Our goal is to have it the first Saturday.
School was in this year.
We're probably not going to be able to establish it every year until August, if that's what we tell. But I'm telling you, I don't know of any, you know of any sport?
Baseball would be there.
Right.
No, it's
I really don't. I think we can, if they're comfortable in saying, yeah, if the date works, it's good, I think we can get comfortable. We can always announce it's going to be different in August, but let's just have our minds set.
So we'll just tentatively plan for this. Yeah.
This is our intention. First weekend, first Saturday every June is when we're going to do it.
Okay, everybody good with June 3rd, 2023?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, we'll see what we can work out, but we won't hear back from us until after August to confirm the date. Just FYI. All right, moving on to ribbon cutting. We had originally planned for September 1st. That is the weekend of Labor Day, so just wanted to let y'all know, make sure you're still okay with that day. We can save the dates and order invitations. Everybody.
Come back again, what's that weekend?
It's Labor Day.
But
It's on a
Labor Day
Thursday.
is Monday, right? Or is-
Labor Day weekend, it's the beginning of Labor Day weekend.
We're doing it on Thursday, right?
It is a Thursday.
Right. Okay.
Am I allowed to comment?
Yeah.
Yeah, tell us what you think.
Well, I mean, our office doors close at 2 on that Thursday, and then, you know, it's a long weekend for staff. That was our consideration. We do whatever.
But it's, when is, oh, it's September 1st. So we're looking at September 1st, right?
Yes.
Yes. Coffee with council is scheduled that day, obviously.
That's in the morning though.
But that, we could waive that for that one time because we'll have an opportunity to speak. So I can see that going. Riveted. So it's 5 to 7 in the evening and people are leaving. Kim's point, are they really pulling kids out of school? Very few. And what are you saying, Derek? That you guys have what?
I was saying for staff and for a lot of people, it's a long weekend, you know, that they would take advantage of, given the opportunity.
Well, anyone can take advantage of a long weekend, given an opportunity. That's, you know, it's just, I'm just trying to think, how is that for staff with everyone with kids even like that?
Because we have to do it September 1st, can we do it the following weekend? When everybody's here and it's not a holiday weekend? I mean, why can't we do it the following weekend? Okay, but what I'm saying is because it's leading into a weekend, why don't we just do it the following Thursday?
Well, listen, we don't get a say. Leave it on
No,
first.
but I'm just saying.
I'm okay on September 8th.
Yeah, I got no issue with September 8th, but, I mean, it's. Oh my God, Kim.
Yeah, I'm gonna believe that. I'm surprised you have stuff already marked up on your calendar. I got nothing. All right, so 8 doesn't work. Do I want to do a Wednesday the 7th, or are you going to be out of town the whole week?
That's my birthday, I can't do that.
Are you serious?
It is but I can do it, I'm not.
I'm sorry? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Come on in. Are you by yourself?
Oh, Lord.
Earmuffs, Jason, earmuffs.
Put your AirPods in.
Yeah, we're gonna move on to something else. We'll table this for a few minutes till you get there.
This is just in the manager's report, so you don't have to table or anything.
Time short, maintenance.
Yeah, time short maintenance. So basically, this has been going on for a couple of years. Two issues here on time short in general. Number one is there's a median there that we've had some complaints over the last, I don't know, month or two about the maintenance and some of the weeds growing up, and it just looks bad. There's a section of that median that Amber Meadows is supposed to maintain for a maintenance agreement that we have with them. And then a portion of that same median is actually excluded from that agreement, from my understanding. I'm gonna let Hunter go into more detail if y'all have questions. My main question at this point is if council desires the maintenance of the entire median to be consistent, then we're gonna have to pony up a certain level of responsibility on that section that is not in control of Amber Meadows. Y'all have any preference either way?
So I guess, what's it all intent on what's not covered by Amber Meadows?
So basically from the intersection of Marvin, or from Ray Road and Tom Short, there's the bridge and then the median starts. Basically, that's the section that there's no maintenance agreement to knowledge from any of the development there. If it's who owns it? It's owned and maintained by DOT.
So why isn't it DOT's responsibility?
Because they did not give an encroachment agreement on
DOT is responsible for maintaining it, however,
Standards are lower.
yeah, and how often they do it, it's not, it doesn't meet yet to what Amber Meadows has to do. So basically then, there's that portion that's not maintained, and Amber Meadows maintains pretty much the median, their side and the other side, up until then there's a point that Tullamore takes it over and does the roundabout, and then it goes into Marvin Creek. So,
Well, it's a main gateway to Marvin, and, you know, it is a, call it the state line, village line, whatever, because anything beyond that, in my view, is not Marvin, that doesn't speak Marvin, so, I mean, I just don't know what we're getting into.
But what is it, you're right there, I pass it all the time, it's almost like my gateway that I go back and forth. So I see it on a motorcycle, I see it up close, what is the problem with it at this point? Is it just not being mowed, is it not?
when literally last week, I meant to go take pictures out there and went by on Monday, and it got done between Friday and Monday. But it was, I mean, there's weeds that are coming up out of the median. Both sides of the road, which I contacted Union County about this, where the Southern Spirit sign is, you know, that property was very overgrown. And I contacted the county, was like, hey, do you guys have a nuisance ordinance or anything? And they're like, no. And I was like, okay. And we don't have any enforcement authority there. I contacted DOT about it, and there's some that's in the right of way, some not. Like I said, then they trimmed up the right of way on that side, did the median and all that. But it looked pretty bad.
What's the big deal about having Derek's department just go in there and, you know, fuss a little bit in there? I mean,
It's not ours to be able, it's like going onto your neighbor's property and saying, oh, we're going to
We can get an encouragement agreement from DOT, you can do it, but
If something major happens, I don't want to be.
I think it would make sense if the portion of this that's not being maintained is just something that the whoever maintains it for Amber Meadows, if we throw them a little bit of money to do the whole job while we're out there doing it, then it takes all of our liability off. We're just paying them to do the extra work and not, and I don't know what that number is, but it can't be an astronomical cost.
But does that throw the liability on?
No. The thing I remember is contracts, any agreement with DOT, say something structurally failed in that area, and does that mean Amber Meadows and the village is on the hook? I don't want to get that far in the weeds. I'm okay with maintaining the surface, the look, if the bird falls off and doing that part and say, hey,
That's a different thing.
I'm not saying anything about doing anything structural. I'm talking about cutting grass and spraying weeds. If the landscape company that's doing the maintenance now would agree to doing the rest of it for an additional cost, if we pick up the additional cost to keep it looking good, I think that makes the most sense. They're already out.
Yeah, you're involved.
Yes.
Okay, so can you take it to your landscaping and say, what's it going to cost?
I know exactly what he said, I'll do that. Okay.
So then give us that number and we'll say, you know what, I'm just going to add that.
But I can do it, but I'll get the board.
Right, that's what I
think that's
the get a number for us, and that's going to be the easiest fix, Andy's point. We're not having to get Derek's guys, bring them all in for a machine, when all they can do is continue out to the floor.
Just question. That's been there for a long time. How long has it been?
5 years.
Okay, all right.
I mean, that's,
Who's maintaining it? What? DOT? No, how is it stay nice?
It's not.
It's not. One of the things that what we've done there, and the DOT got involved, we don't have this, we don't have an enforcement agreement.
Yeah.
And so Amber Meadows stopped doing it. So we stopped doing it across the road because the agreement was signed to do it before they was there with Amber Meadows. It was technicality.
Okay, so we just need to find something official if they go back to doing it again, and what's that going to cost?
I don't know.
And then, do we need an encouragement agreement with the DOT for Amber Meadows landscapers to maintain that portion?
No, we'll take care of the DOT.
As long as DOT doesn't give us a hard time about y'all maintaining that.
Exactly. David, I'll take care of that, Bill. Okay. Now, can I talk about the bridge?
Yeah, but let me just make sure I understood correctly, because I was trying to talk to Hunter at the same time, I'm sorry. So the action at this point is we're not doing anything, we're gonna let everyone know.
He's gonna find out what it's gonna cost to just continue finishing all the way to the corner. That difference in price, he's gonna come back with the price. We're gonna get
So,
those up.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if their landscaper will go
okay,
ahead and
so
just
the-
spray the curb and sidewalk
This-
and these
okay.
beds at an additional cost, then we're
You'll-
looking at that as an option. Because it's not a lot. I mean, it's just spraying weeds out. Hey!
Party's here.
Oh my gosh, everybody okay?
Jason, you still you took the road?
So can you say Kim will write us a check for April Meadows doing that?
So the next item within this specific item is the bridge that's at Tom Short and Ray Road. It is not in the jurisdiction of Marvin, it's actually in unincorporated Union County. The bridge itself is maintained by DOT as far as the structure, but the aesthetic appearance of it, meaning the decorative stone, the words that are on it that says Marvin Creek, that is maintained by no one, unfortunately. So we've had areas where those panels of stone have fallen off, and we've had a lot of reports sent to us. And technically, we shouldn't be involved in it, but we mediate the conversation with DOT to get it removed, and they kind of push back to say, we're not gonna do it anymore. We're not gonna do anything aesthetically to that bridge. If y'all want to do anything to fix it, to repair it, y'all need to do it yourselves with an encroachment agreement, any of y'all, as in the village, Cameron Meadows, Marvin Creek, Tullamore, any of those entities. So my question to you all at this point is, do y'all want the village involved in any type of maintenance of the aesthetic appearance of that bridge that's not in Marvin?
Is the sidewalk, who's the sidewalk maintained by?
DOT. Well, no, it's not, it's maintained by no one according to DOT.
So as far as the bridge, if it's got Marvin Creek's name on it, send the bill to them.
It says Marvin.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, send the bill to them, because obviously they had some kind of an agreement with DOT when it was built to have the aesthetics done, the Marvin Creek name on it. There's some agreement somewhere way back when Marvin Creek was developed for that to get done.
Builder just did it.
Well, they had to have an encroachment agreement to do it.
We have not been able to find one through multiple.
So if stuff falls over and there's a tripping hazard, who's getting sued?
DOT.
Baseball.
It's not Marvin.
DOT and Christina had a conversation, and then DOT and I had a conversation, and what they told me was the Amber Meadows, Tullamore, and Marvin Creek, and Marvin agreed to take over the aesthetics on it. They signed an appropriate agreement. I talked to the three subdivisions and the president and the boards. None of them want to have anything to do with it. Basically, the assumption is we're already paying for that out of taxes. DOT is needs to keep it up. Now, I don't
disagree with that at all.
I want to make sure, everyone, it sounds like no one wants the village to jump in on it, so just want to make sure the message gets relayed to the HOAs that at some point that bridge is going to be in complete disarray. I mean, the stuff's going to start falling off, it is a reflective appearance of Marvin Creek because it has their name on it, but
Now, what the DOT told me was that if we did not take it over, for instance, did not take it over, they were going to go in there and take off all the places, all of it, and that would be basic concrete wall.
And weren't they also, because.
Well, hold on, who gives them the right to go in there and do it? If they're not gonna, if they don't vote, well, then if it's theirs, they can maintain it.
Well,
So that would mean, I would have Chaplain write a letter at this point, like
Well,
seriously, like that seems very.
But then what they're saying is Marvin Creek's developer went in there and did that to that bridge without getting permission or anything from DOT. DOT built the bridge, and they're responsible for the structure of the bridge. If that facade was put on there illegally, they have the right to go in there and strip that facade off of there, especially if it's falling and becoming a hazard.
Take off.
Yeah, exactly, I think that's,
Take off.
yeah.
But I think the only thing that comes into play here, if I remember correctly, is they also
not, DOT has no responsibility for any sidewalks. And that's
the trees.
Who built the sidewalk?
Okay,
That's further down.
well, no, that's back towards,
Get
from,
further down towards you.
So the sidewalks are in DOT right away, though, right?
called the gentleman out there, and.
They go to the first one?
Concrete sidewalks. He had to, showed him all the sidewalks, blowed up and everything else. He said, well, you got another problem. I said, what's that? He said, the trees are too close to the road. They have to be so far set back because they become a safety hazard.
Who was saying that?
The DOT. He had to take back everything else. He said, you need to do this. I said, well, it doesn't belong to me. He said, who does it belong to? Marvin? I said, no, they belong to you. They're in your right.
That's my point. So they could potentially come in, just so you guys know, you are well aware, if we want to put this on DOT, they can come in and say, we're taking all these trees out.
Well,
Christina,
you know, they,
don't we
again,
now-
she and I and DOT in the conversation, and they wanted to say that Marvin had to do that, and she told them that was too expensive, and they didn't belong to her. It wasn't mine, and I showed them the right of way, the right of way goes to the Amber Meadow side of the road, so with all the trees and everything. And the guy told me, he says, no, it's too expensive for us, and I've never heard another word about it.
So let that go and let the bridge, cross the bridge when we get to it. It's gonna be an issue.
Somewhere down the line it is, but
And then-
it is on their right.
I'm my monkey, I'm my circus.
Listen, I agree with everything. Nobody wants to know this. If I lived in Marvin Creek and I knew DOT was gonna come in there, could potentially just destroy what's there, I would go to my HOA and go, let's come up with something on our end that helps us.
So,
Not make that happen.
so Wayne, you had the conversation with, who was it, Christina over at Marble Creek?
Mom, got it, so.
And he said their board's not interested.
That's right.
Did he ask his neighborhood if they were interested before he said their board's not interested?
Because that's a reflection of them, of course, your neighbors are taking off of it. So then it's a reflection of.
When they were in county, because that ain't in Marvin.
That's right.
And
that-
I'll put a great big welcome to Marvin sign right after that bridge if you guys like want,
Exactly.
because it's not in Marvin.
And that'll separate it.
Listen, you talk to someone that loves digging his heels in. But I won't dig my heels in when it's gonna hurt me
Well, let me,
So I would go back to Marble Creek and go, I'm just giving you the facts. What could happen?
Yeah, I
The
mean.
sidewalk doesn't go away, but the trees do.
the trees good, the bridges, the side. When I called, Lon, I called Tommy, and I talked to my president, and I told him, this is what could happen. We don't want to do this. And Tullamore was the only one that said, well, we might do a workout here at Tullamore and Amber Meadows and Marvin, all in this, that we would do something too. But if that's not going to happen, we won't do anything either.
Do we ever know what it's gonna cost to fix it?
It's not fixing it right now. It is a forever maintenance problem.
Right, but if we wanted to like fix it and shore it up, do we know how much that's gonna cost? Because I mean, giant panels have already been falling off and been removed. So do we know how much it's gonna cost?
Yeah, all that material is missing now.
Oh, if you have got certain amount.
So-
The only thing I would
Yeah,
potentially.
so that was the potential.
Is if there was a four-way split. That's the only thing I can.
Christina, I would get involved in this, I'd start those conversations with all the anyways.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, if you want something nice, you have to own it. Meaning, if you're gonna rely on the state to make that look good, it's always gonna be subpar.
I mean-
But if you have 3 nice meetings and Marvin willing to pitch in maybe a little bit and say, look, it's $2,000, we're gonna all spend $500, whatever it is. I don't know what the number, but.
I can have this conversation.
Because what they're short-sighted thinking that, oh, we don't want any part.
And then we have a nice PR company that can send something out just so that their neighborhood
triple to.
Well, it's just a triple of whatever it is now, but it's already bought all the material, and then kind of start from scratch.
I get it. I would bring everything else.
Yeah, I would do that.
And just a quick comment of understanding, when I try to understand. So a number of years ago, as I've heard the stories that I'm not clear on, when you come in from Tom Short, go past your community where you're at and such and so on, and then there's this weird kind of gap area, and you go into what looks like the, whatever, some guardhouse where there's gates. Now, I understand one point, Marvin Creek, one of those gates closed or something, but it was on the state road, and you couldn't do it right. So, is that maintained? Who maintains that? Is it Marvin Creek?
My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Hunter, but we own underneath that guard.
Yeah, but Margaret Street maintains the
Right.
That's Dawn's question.
But that's what stopped the gate from.
Like it's
But
just
they're maintaining the guardhouse.
So in other words, it's interesting, why would they not make it not that entryway to the.
Because it's two neighborhoods away from it, and a pool.
Gotcha.
I mean, that's gonna be their point. It's not right up on my neighborhood, so we don't have to care.
But
So if you look at your,
So
I
all the
have
residents drive
that
past.
stuff at the end of the meeting, without completely unrelated. So this is sitting at your desk right now. If you look at the very, very top, where we got our recording right here, see that one? You'll see Briar Patch intersects with Tom Short. That little strip of blue is the only thing that we maintain. The rest of that's DOT. So.
That's what I was asking, because it looked like there's that stretch of no man's land or something between Tullamore and
But
the.
that's not what that blue stripe is. Isn't the blue stripe in the roundabout?
No, it's ahead of it.
Just beyond the roundabout.
Oh, yeah.
That's where the Tullamore Trail is, if you look to the right.
Yeah.
Where the trailhead comes into the.
So is there a consensus that I contact the 4 HOAs and see if there are the 3 HOAs?
Yeah.
See if they're interested in a 4-way split, and then we'll go.
And it's really explain it to them.
And that's the way we do it, otherwise it's not really their problem.
Yeah, and I have no problem going to, like, putting out something in the neighborhood, and be like, listen, this is what your board's not telling you, this is what it's gonna look like.
We'll go from there. What I'll do is I'll get a yes or no first, I'll report back to you all, and then we'll go from there.
That may take some time if they have to have a meeting to get on their agendas to talk to their board. But if you get a call from just the president saying, he's saying no, then I would have some issues with that.
I asked each one of them.
That doesn't always happen. Some presidents have agendas.
All right, and we go back to the ribbon cutting date, item?
Yes. Back to ribbon cutting, so we have it, we want it Thursday for sure.
What, recap, what Thursday, what date?
It's Thursday before Labor Day was the initial time, which, you know, it is a long day. Oh, wait, it's not a long time to get Marvin Day. It's an event day, right? In the evening.
I'll just say it like an easy, like, just so you guys understand, I think what we're saying is we get very few days from like a Monday is low staff, and so like Thursday, when the day's over, like our long weekend starts. So some of us do things with our families, so staying an extended day that day, it's a holiday weekend for us to have a 4-day week or a 3-day weekend.
So,
But
are
it's,
you working Fridays or no?
well,
Working Fridays?
well, no, I guess we are working Fridays, but we're closed here, so like people leave Thursday. If somebody takes off vacation, that would be a way that they can have a 4-day weekend.
Yeah.
But we can do it Thursday, like, I don't know if anybody even has vacation in that day, if that's the best day for everyone.
Well, we'd like all council to be here on Tuesday, so then now we're doing it at 8, and if we go further out, when's it, what is the time for the event?
I have in my calendar,
2 hours, is that?
well, that was gonna be my next question for you all, but at the time, I've got 5 in my calendar, but
I don't think our stuff start at 6, have the actual ribbon cutting at 6:30, and let people go around until 8.
So, say that, sorry, say that one more time, what time?
6 to 8.
6 to 8, okay.
We just need the date and,
I mean,
What about the weekend before, the Thursday before that? I mean, kids are all still back at school, they go back to mid-August.
No, they go back to 29.
Oh, that's right, it's the 29th,
Late.
it's a week later this year.
There's a work session that day.
Oh, is it, that's what it is? Well, so, it's a work session.
and
It's done before,
I'm out of town until the day of the work session.
So, yeah, so we go, a work session like
That's fine by me.
this, you and I go to the room meeting, and that's done at 5:30, then we come here.
That's the way I have time to share and put a Zoom on.
So is the only, and I just said this is the first time I'm hearing that staff has an issue with September 1st, so I apologize that wasn't communicated before now. I don't have anything in my calendar that people are taking off on September 2nd or the 1st. And the September 1st date's been in our calendars for at least a month from a staff level. So if cancel is okay with September 1st, I don't see any reason to just keep that date.
I'm totally fine with that, because even if I am going away for the weekend, I'm not getting out of it. Kids are in school, which they will be, correct? Yeah, so I'm not taking them out of school on Friday, so we still got the Friday, you know, and I know our school system in Marvin, they frown upon when you take your unexcused absence. That usually, yeah. Yeah, because it is Friday, the first week of school, so, I think everyone will be, or a big opportunity to be around, but again, I mean, it's got community, and you got community leaders and all that, you know, I mean, it's gonna be what it is, we'll just get it out there, so.
September 1,
So September's 1st, 6 to 8 p.m.
6 to 8.
That'll work. We'll make it happen.
Is that good for everyone?
I'm fine with it.
Works for me. No problem.
So you're gonna change that, because I have an invite from you, right? So you will change that, something? Oh, you did?
It's
Okay.
September 1st, but it's at 5.
Okay, I just can't change this date for some reason. I'll just put it set, it'll change it later. Okay. All right, go ahead. We're still here.
Well, the time for the date hasn't changed at the time.
Okay.
I know, but now he said, moving on, we're still on the answer report.
All right, so, also on the ribbon cutting, we had discussed at a staff level yesterday the opportunity to do a band or just like one musician, like guitarist or something like that. Are y'all interested in a small band or some type of music?
For what?
The
Ribbon cutting.
I think we get Jamie to sing.
Yeah.
Yes, we need some music from ambiance.
Do you guys remember the person?
Which person?
What about the choir that sang at Christmas?
Do you remember hold on, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but the guy that played the banjo and the violinist at the Christmas tree lighting?
Yep.
So I asked them about just doing like an instrumental background noise set. It'd be like, it'd be like that. It'd be, you know,
So it's only a couple hours.
those two people.
You need some ambiance during the, like, just after.
I agree. Set up a lesson. I mean, pipe it through the intercom system that we don't have.
Yes, Christina, do it, yes. Okay. Nobody else can make decisions.
Okay, we'll just do like a one-man band.
Yeah. One man band.
I'm just wondering if that.
Can you sing karaoke to it? How's
Yeah,
that?
talk to person in person.
You want a banjo player?
Yes, that's really good music.
He wouldn't play a banjo for that event.
Perfect for Marvin.
He's got a wide repertoire.
Look into it and then let us know.
We have a couple more questions, I'll wrap this up. We didn't budget for this event. Do y'all have any general
said sky's the limit, she's paying it.
I'll pick it out.
I just learned we have a staff member that sometimes bartends. Just not good.
She's really good at her drinks. They're really good.
No, but I know a lot of times when we have events at our homes in Firethorn, you can go to the Firethorn bartenders and someone will take that spot to do the bartending and we pay them whatever it is, and I think we forego the ticket. Yes, but having someone serve it versus, I mean, that's the control.
So we're not have a full bar.
No, beer and wine.
Beer and wine.
That's it.
We're working on it to see what we can do.
Yeah, because I think there's some questions.
So, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said, Councilmember Marquez.
We can do that.
Bob, what'd you say?
You had asked me a question, and I didn't hear you.
I ain't bird.
No, I said, no, hey, in the top shelf bourbon. I'll go pick it up. It's in the back.
Okay, food fights, we're thinking order kind of food, not food truck of any sort.
Hats.
Yeah, are y'all doing something? Are y'all doing that?
Yes, advertising is purpose.
Okay, moving on to, giveaways, do y'all want to give anything away?
No.
Add your own ready, tumblers, do y'all want to do anything?
It's fine.
Yeah.
That's what we did for the river,
Get rid of the mango, then changing the logo. Just, you know.
We don't have any more left.
Do y'all want to do anything? We're probably thinking $2,000 if we're going to do giveaways. Everybody good with that?
After the village hall. And a word that we
We gave all the giveaways at the groundbreaking, so I was celebrating that. So I'm gonna worry.
What do you want to give away? We already gave cups away. We gave cups away.
I don't know, mints, but.
I think we're gonna take
Mints
it.
was the one.
Take
Is this a wedding gift or what? Mints with a name on it?
I did it, so
I mean, I can do that.
Is everybody in that?
under everyone's chair.
Joe wants to give away, Jenny wants to give away. Wayne wants to give away, everyone wants to give away with me. Wayne doesn't want to give away, he's like me.
So can I get a consensus on you guys?
Okay, quit, seriously, I'm tired. We gotta go to the giveaway.
What would we expect the turnout would be for?
We created a list yesterday, and there was probably 70 people in there.
And that's,
This-
that's not even including.
The list,
So here's what I would recommend, because I know.
It's a lot more than that.
I know we can't do, this could be fairly inexpensive, is that, you do like a little tumbler, but like a wine glass tumbler that we could have, that can have Village of Marvin and that, whatever we do with it.
Like with the
It's a tumbler, and we can put whatever drink we want in it, and people can have that as a take home,
That's actually a good idea.
just an idea.
It's a good idea.
I did want to say,
Restaurants do that all the time.
Inscribed.
They put the cheap.
Right, because, you know, I'm not gonna be cleaning up book. Yeah, whatever they can find. I think if you do tumbler.
Those mule cups,
We
they have a
did do a
tendency
bar
to walk
where
away
we
quickly.
had wine or something, or beer in there or wine.
Okay, we got it.
one thing I wanted to say is the list that we're coming up with for invitees, it's looking probably more like 130, 140 people at this point, and that's just the ones that get a paper invite. So there could be, if everybody turned up, you could have 200 people. I really don't know. So we just got to plan for that.
You can always hand them out to the community that comes in.
Yes, that's just assuming that the 140 show up, then we have.
Those are elected officials.
And then
There's like,
we
yeah,
double the
there's a,
general
there's a website.
population.
Good idea, buddy.
Doing a block party with a band.
It could just
Block
be
party?
a Marvin.
Can we not have ribbon cutting ceremony?
So they're doing wine tumblers?
Is there anything else y'all want to talk about?
Now, let's keep going.
Okay.
Poor Jason, take it on.
All right, so we're going to go
We had the open house, when I was over here, everybody out, no matter what's gonna happen, you can't control it. I'm just saying, you should right here, you get in class. There's gonna be a lot of people here.
But we have to have something else in place before out of stations.
plastic, solo cups.
So little cups.
We're gonna respond to Henry Nesbitt wrote an item, which,
He was saying that.
this, how long that, which you guys have right This copy that you have here, does everybody have this?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so there's been discussion, about Henry Nesbitt Road. It's actually just recently been resurfaced. Councilman Morgan wanted me to add this to the agenda to see if there was any interest in taking over ownership. We had a petition to DOT for them to say yes or no, but petitioning this road, I did circle it so that you could see where it is in line with the jurisdiction of Marvin.
Is it in order?
It is not in Marvin.
Why would we want it then?
It's, well, one thing is, it's a very short, small road, and DOT has a tendency to neglect it.
It's not in
And
order, why do I want it?
Can I finish? The intent is that it also gives us control of that road, which we can limit it to no trucks. The Stacy Howie Road is already protected because on the South Carolina side there is no through trucks. It will get some of that through truck traffic out of the middle of the village, which would be the benefit of roads, and it would make that intersection safer.
So here's my argument, because that's a crap show right there, as it is right now.
Right.
So going forward, it's not gonna get any better. And when it becomes in the roundabout, or whatever, it's gonna be, well, Marvin, that's your road, you do something with it. That's my fear of it being a problem in a short amount of time, because right now it's not a problem. Then people can't get out there, and is it Marvin's decision going, so we own it. Now we're looking at, what are you gonna do about this corner? And you got,
Well, DOT owns the main road, which is last on Marvin.
We'd have to work with
they do on the main road, but then it would be involved in us having this little portion. I just don't, you know. The only way I consider it is if we were to somehow, and I know these people, what did they pay for that property right on that corner? Do we know?
3 acres.
99.
How much was that?
Was it?
The only reason
I
is
thought
we
it
do
was
this
like 200.
resolution.
I would have bought that myself.
Some that I read today had 99, but it might have been
I
200.
thought it was under 100,000.
Yeah.
So why didn't we go forward with
I
it?
think we tried to, we talked about it, but it just, you know,
We said it was too expensive.
I don't remember.
No, we put it in offer.
I think we put it in an
Oh, we did put it in an offer, but we got outbid.
Well, not
Yeah.
necessarily out there, because we've done this before, and a lot of times people don't like selling to government entities. So they sell to an individual, they're a lot more easier to deal with when you're closed. But in the end of the day, if this resolution goes through and they don't get progress, we'd be willing to potentially buy that property off of them for right around 99,000. I don't know if I.
It sold in 2020. The sell price was 93,000.
Okay, so $93,000. I said, look, you're obviously not gonna get what you want here. This could be a trailhead, to your point, and then I could see taking over that road. But right now, if we don't have ownership of that corner, it's just a opinion of one, then we,
Well, I can go along with that. I'm just bringing up the fact that it's just been repaid, so it meets our standard. And if we, and it's not gonna not meet our standard in a year from now, if we end up getting that property and it becomes common open space for the village. It was, somebody brought it to my attention that I think it was Christina that made this mention, that we're severely low on common open space percentages in the village. And that, adding that would be a big ticket for us if we were able to be able to get it. And I understand what you're saying, and I'm fine with it. I just wanted to bring it up to note that the road was just resurfaced, so it's going to be meeting our standards for the next probably 4 or 5 years. So if this is something that we're looking at,
It's just, my worry is DOT drawing us into a roundabout situation. Well, this is part of your road.
Well, they're gonna anyway.
And no, because it's not ours.
Well, but we are, no, I'm saying is, that intersection, we're gonna get drawn into it anyway, because the other side of Waxaw Marvin Road is Marvin. We abut it. So one way or the other, it's within our municipality on that roundabout, because that whole other side of Waxaw Marvin Road, that's opposite of it, is all Marvin. So we're gonna get drawn into it anyway. It just is, we're gonna have to pony up for a project there if they improve the intersection. There's just no getting around it.
I would rather take a neighborhood street over priority to this before I get this public road.
Just, I'm just looking at those short little roads there, that and Stacy Howie, because they're small little roads, DOT just forgets about them.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. So look at Stacy Howie. And that's projected when, 25, Christina?
My goal would be, let's focus on getting that property before it's broken.
Okay, well, I'm fine with that. I just wanted to bring it up. I see what you guys thought, and I agree with what you're saying. So.
Okay. Anything else?
Is that the consensus of the group? Roundabout crosswalk. So, I don't know if this was discussed at a council meeting or PRG meeting or just at a staff level, but somebody had mentioned the idea of putting in roundabouts, crosswalks at the roundabout that's proposed down here. I put in a request to DOT, I'll send around this email, you guys should be reading it for yourself, but,
So Christina, they said no, but unless it was attached to something. So you said we could put the stub in, but where would we put the stub? Because I would be happy to put in stub somewhere so we can get those crosswalks, because it's going to be more expensive for us to go back and add them after we built it.
I agree 100%.
And Park Trek and Greenway has been jumping up and down about this for a year and a half.
they didn't give specifics of the emails coming around, they basically just said that they wouldn't install a crosswalk without the presence of a sidewalk on both sides of the area. So I can ask more detail if y'all are interested.
I would like that.
And that's part of our Heritage District plan, right?
Can I mention too, like I said, this was in my previous job, since we have the adopted Greenway plan, and especially with the grant into, they might take that into consideration, that we have a project in the works to have the sidewalk there.
Yeah, we've got to have like the stubs, because we're gonna build it and then we're gonna rip it up and to put in the crossings.
I will make that.
And even if we have to go in there and pour some concrete and make it look like sidewalks and like put it in, like we need to figure out like how to make this happen. Because the fact that these 2 here don't have the crossing is bananas.
So what's the direction?
Christine's gonna talk to Eleanor and they're gonna work out, since we have a grant, to go back to DOT and figure out what we really need to do to get this crosswalk put in.
The next item we're having to be acoustic panels for this room that are desperately needed. My initial plan was to ask you guys if we could just do a do-it-yourself kit. I've actually got a vendor coming out the next couple of days, so I'm just gonna table this item. If y'all are okay with that, we'll bring it back.
And Joe made a good point.
He did, he actually did.
One of the other, how many, how high, how far apart, and we really need an expert.
Yeah.
Good job. 2 times.
It's twice the.
Been like 20
She said, I do need you here.
How does that?
And then the last thing I wanted to mention, is the Greenway Trails RFPs that we discussed a couple of months ago. I told you guys, the last time Derek came and asked for a waiver of 3 quotes for, I believe it might have been this trail right here, it could have even been Tullamore, I can't remember. We continuously go out for RFPs on trails. Well, we continuously ask for the waiver of 3 bids because we only get 2, generally speaking. And I had told you at the last time we did this, we were going to RFP at the beginning of the fiscal year, one time, so that we only had to do this one time a year. Derek and I sat down a couple weeks ago to go over all the trails that we were going to put together for an RFP, and we realized we didn't have anything. Most of our focus this next coming year is with the CRTPO grant from the planning and engineering. So we actually earmarked $0 for trail construction in this upcoming fiscal year, so therefore we are not going to RFP, just letting y'all know.
Okay. Next up, planners report.
Okay, in regards to Pulte Park, I've been in contact with the guys from Pulte. The last townhomes have now closed over there. The board, they will turn it over to the board July 26th. At that time is when we can present or get in front of the board. Told them to keep me kind of up to date, and if anybody wants to, we can kind of get the logistics of how we want to present that and go forward with that once that fully happens. And then the only thing I mentioned, Wayne, I think you said you might have some contacts over there, or you spoke, I think you previously spoke to some people that live in those townhomes, so if you want to be in the area.
Is Pulte gonna own the land, or is the neighborhood gonna?
It will be transferred over to, it's being the HOA's. It's already in the HOA's name, but currently Pulte owns, is the HOA, and they're, so. In my opinion, Pulte's been saying they basically wanted the homeowners to have some input. In my opinion, they probably just don't want to deal with it, and they're stalling to give it to the homeowners. It's not saying that that opportunity is still not there. It's basically like they're just giving it up to the homeowners where they don't really have, it's not going to be any backlash on them or anything.
I think it would be a perfect opportunity for us to talk to them about that, and also them ask that they want to become part of Marvel.
Yeah. Doesn't hurt, for sure.
When you get a chance, I had to close off the condo.
Yeah, the last one I think closed this week.
Oh, okay.
So they're in the process of establishing the board, and then they conveyed to me that everything will be transferred to the established board on July 26th.
I'll try to find out who, give them a week or so, and who the president is, something so we know who contact and talk. I'll go over that next week.
So, yeah, so should have more information for you guys on that, either at the council meeting or the July work session. Village Civic Zoning District, this is kind of brief consensus thing, is I'm working on, our current conventional zoning districts. We got our Marvin Residential, our Marvin RUC, and then we technically have a business district. No properties are zoned that, but we do have a business district and zoning language in there. Talking with Tom and kind of doing some research, I'm looking at creating a civic conventional district for basically rezoning the schools, the churches and stuff like that. Because right now those uses are either a special use permitted by right in our residential district. So it's basically adding an extra layer of somewhat protection, as well as having some of those design aesthetics, as well as here in the Heritage District specifically. Yes, we have a Marvin Heritage Civic only, but the way that's set up as a conditional district, the village, for example, doesn't really have any incentive to kind of rezone the property to MHD and go through that conditional zoning process. So just wanted to kind of let you guys know I presented this to the planning board. They were good with it, and I was going to start preparing language. Didn't know if you guys had any questions. I mean, I can get into more details now, but as long as you guys don't have any kind of hesitation towards it, I'll start preparing and go through the process with planning board. At the same time with that, we would be updating our future land use map. In my opinion, our future land use map is not good. And what I mean by that, it's it basically took our zoning districts and they coexist. Future land use maps should be they relate with the zoning map, but you're looking at uses. And the park, technically on our future land use map, is identified as residential. In theory, I know this is just a huge hypothetical, is that technically, if somebody were to come purchase the park or whatever and want to put a subdivision there, well, it would be consistent with our future land use map because it's identified as residential in the future land use map. So basically updating those future land use map to identify common open space park as well as then the civic, because the same thing, somebody could purchase the church and technically make it homes. Trying to protect the stuff that we have here, so then it also helps you guys when it comes to future, just once again, it's really out there. It's not that much work and time to kind of do these things, but it just gets it more updated and consistent.
I would agree, because just as it's evolving, being part of the planning board meetings, it needs to now be more specific.
Yeah.
It needs to really be honed in on, this is what's going here, this is what's kind of planned for this. Yeah.
So all that's in the works. Most likely we will probably be brought to you guys in August or July, just with other things going on in the planning realm. It is kind of a priority, but it's not it's something that we have to get done right away. So, I'll continue working on that and moving forward and get that prepared. Update on the nuisance and animal ordinance, finishing that draft. We'll have that to probably chaplain next week. My intent is for you guys to have that for your council meeting in July. It's basically our nuisance ordinance right now, just basically says the only violation is if your grass is higher than 12 feet. We're going to kind of add in just that so we have more protections and enforceable measures, as well as cleaning up that animal section, as we went through back earlier this year. Same thing with the trees. I'm working with Keith at the county on rewriting our whole tree ordinance because that's confusing. One of the other things that him and I discussed is updating our ordinance to be consistent or a standard to become a Tree USA city. I'm pursuing that as long as council doesn't have any hesitations. Basically, all we have to do is we have to have our ordinance is going to be updated, so that's one thing, and we'll have a public and private section within that. Then we just have to dedicate a tree save day / plant a tree, which I can give that to PRG, but it's a cool little thing to have, and then it can say welcome to Marvin, Tree USA City, and then have all the years that we're certified. I know how much trees mean to this area, but I didn't think it was a bad idea, and you guys would have any hesitation, any problem with it, so.
It's
So
consistent.
tree
Yeah. But it's consistent with that habitat.
Yeah, so-
It is habitat.
So those tree revisions will probably be brought to you guys sometime this fall as well. Biggest thing there is, like I said, kind of clarifying our tree removal permit, clarifying the tree species list, making that more of an appendix / administrative, so it can always change if need be, but it doesn't have to then go through a process of a text amendment since it's in our ordinance. But final thing is, the heritage rezoning is, moving forward. Planning board reviewed it this past meeting. It was not my recommendation for them to make a recommendation at that meeting, especially when we only had 4 members present. I think we had a couple missing. With that being said, I do anticipate them making a formal recommendation at their July meeting. And then that would then allow for you guys to call for a public hearing at the July work session and have the public hearing in August. I'm also, I spoke with the applicant. I don't think it hurts to potentially even look at doing a September public hearing. Some finalized things have to be finalized out with, who was our?
Did it self-destruct?
But as well
Is
as
anybody on there?
since you guys emails about that, I think I spoke to you guys, so I'm going to be finalized kind of the small group informational meeting.
Was my time with you okay? I didn't get a confirmation or you?
Yeah, I'm trying to coordinate with everybody. I think I've talked to everybody but Joe, which either Joe, he can be at every single one that or if he wants to, or I can coordinate one. But I should have those finalized dates and times for those meetings this afternoon for you guys, and anticipate anywhere from an hour to 2, and kind of going through, once again, their submittal and any potential recommendation, feedback, as well as, once again, that development agreement is part of their application, and this is your chance to potentially recommend some things for them to do. For example, the crosswalks could be potentially something that could be asked of the developer to either get a part of the construction plans or install. They have to agree to it, and it's got to be a mutually agreed upon thing, but that could be a potential recommendation that council makes to the developer, and if he's willing, then we can get that put in and not have any cost associated with us. Yeah, tentatively. Other than that, that's all I got. Unless you guys have any specific questions or anything.
No questions. Anyone else? Thanks, Hunter. Agenda items, review of action items.
Okay. Let's see. I've got my marching orders on the bulletin board, and I'll work with Derek on that with his park guys. We have tabled the discussion of GO bonds to the August work session, and council will meet individually or in small groups with Christina and do some research. Christina will execute the contract with JHM Creative Co. for our communications. Hunter and myself will make sure the resolution adopted today against opposing the Union County development of the RV and boat parking will get sent to WUMA and Union County. Christina will ensure that the tree gets removed on the trail. Andy's going to get pricing for those pavers Derek is going to have his guys clean the Marvin sign. We have our marching orders on the date for Marvin Day for next year, but we're in a holding pattern. Christina will converse with the HOAs on the bridge maintenance. We have our direction on the ribbon cutting ceremony. That's about all I've got. Do you have anything else, Christina?
Someone reaching out to Chapel on the trademark.
Oh, she's got, okay.
All right. Anything else? Next up, questions, review of ongoing action items.
Let me pull up the list here. Get my pen ready. Hold on. I'm almost ready.
She told Christina a whole bunch on Monday, she's ready to do this.
Okay, go.
Okay, you want to do it? Do it. Just take off or ask questions about.
Let's see, the signs, we're actually gonna remove this,
You're removing what?
the second item, signs.
Okay, remove.
And then the streetlights, the research streetlight under Union County, we're gonna remove that.
Removed.
The trail easement for preserve,
Still
that's
working.
on hold until we can figure out what's going on.
It's, yeah, still working on that. Basically, like, yeah, HOA agreed to it, and then I've reached out to the property manager like 2 or 3 times, and she hasn't gotten back to me. So we'll get those signed eventually.
None about lighting for Union Power, we're still working on that, we'll keep going for now. The auditor RFP, we're working on that, so that'll stay for now. Annexation of the property to the way to the Chase.
Trace.
I'm sorry.
You good?
Can't speak for that.
I think we can take that off because we never figured out what property that was.
The storage building quote's been done, but looks like we still need some more work, so we'll keep that on for now. The traffic study has actually been done on both Marvin, Newtown Road and Waxhaw Marvin. DOT came back and did a study, I pulled the email up, it was earlier this year, and they basically found that the majority of the commuters on that road were within the threshold that's allowed, so they're not recommending any speed changes on those 2 roads.
Repeat that again.
The traffic studies were done on Waxhaw Marvin and Newtown Road, and they're not requesting any changes. They're not recommending any changes. Here, I'll read the email. Traffic study was done on March 17th, 2022 on Waxhaw Marvin. The 80th percentile for that road was 50 miles per hour based on the characteristics of the road, which include the width, horizontal and vertical curves, number of lanes, no curb gutter being present. It is my opinion that this road is safe and reasonably posted at 45 miles per hour. However, if you find citizens are accelerating above that limit, then you contact your authorities. Same exact thing for Newtown Road, reasonably posted at 35 miles per hour. So those 2 roads, the 80th percentile of commuters were within the thresholds that are allowed by them.
So they say that everybody's driving 35 on Newtown?
It's basically, here's what he gave me. If you look at this, and this, the yellow is 50 miles or less. 45 miles or less is this. This is 800,000 vehicles. And this is things, you got the majority, which that's 33, 73, 93, 94% of the people are under the speed limit. You got another 5. Yes, Waxhaw Marvin, you got another 5.
Waxhaw Marvin, I said Newtown. They're doing 35 through
So we're talking about 2 different things.
Yeah.
The study that I have is not the study that he's got in front of you. The study that he's got was the data that we collected from our radar things this past month. So that's literally data that was collected, I think, as of Friday. What I've got, the data that I've got was done in March of this year. So 2 different sets.
But they're saying that 80% of the people are doing the speed limit through the village of Marvin.
Yes. 4 or 5 miles over.
4 or 5 miles.
Yes.
Now, here's the question I have. Here's a question after the council and Christina. I'm looking at the one that Joe just gave to Councilman Lyon that basically shows that, you know, what everybody's traveling on Marvin, okay? And it's within the speed limit, which is 45, okay? Well, the point is that 45 is too fast.
They don't think so, for the characteristics of the road, that's what the email said. We're going to Waxhaw Market, from Market, they're like, characteristics of the road is to be 45 miles an hour.
So they're saying, okay, see, that's just giving what everybody's doing, but if we're saying, wait a minute, nobody's saying 45 is safe. But-
They are, DOT is. And
Interesting.
I forwarded that along to the gentleman
Interesting.
that was here for Marvin Day,
Yeah.
that was asking all those questions and sent us all that stuff.
I would concur with the data that we're getting off our speed signs. I see that, but what I see out there are it's the 1%ers that are exceeding the speed limit by 20 and 30 miles per hour that I'm concerned about.
Well,
Those are the ones that I'm worried about. I'm not worried about guys 50, I'm worried about guys doing 70. You know, that's, I mean, and that's where it's very dangerous.
Yeah.
Given the volume of traffic.
They're not worried about that one person that's going too fast. Unfortunately. They're not-
Well, it's not 1%, it's 1%.
Well, they're not concerned about the 1%.
So we can't request another traffic, or we can, but they won't do another traffic study for at least another year.
They are doing a traffic study at the state line on Henry Nesbitt. Can we get that data?
The Henry Nesbitt traffic study?
Yeah, they're doing one right now. There's the things are across right at the state line there. So I'm just curious what kind of volume that's coming into town from South Carolina.
That could also be the county doing it for the rezoning.
It could be.
But I can give that to
cars
Mark.
and stuff.
Yeah, it would just give peak hours, traffic flow data.
I'm curious what that
All right,
is.
so, the contract with Arnett Monroe can be, taken off. It's done. Budget amendment's not needed, so you can take that off. The side ditch inventory is done, you can take that off. We can take off, well, we'll keep the geo bonds for now. Same thing with the traffic study on Waxhaw Marvin, it's been done, you can complete that. And we will work on the Marvin Day stuff now that we have a tentative date, but we won't solidify it until August.
And Riverwood.
And Riverwood. That's all.
All right. Grazie.
Christina, did you get anything back from DOT about the guardrail?
About the guardrail, I did not, no, I'll follow back up with that.
Council comments? Wait. Nothing?
For the staff and patrols and everything, what they're doing for us, and keeping us out of trouble.
Jamie?
To the
In lieu of calling out Kim, I'm going to call on her son. Do you have any comments for the village?
Jason.
Jason? Do you have any comments for the village? Everything we should be doing? Just like your mom.
Everybody else says.
I had something that I can't think of it now.
Okay.
I'll remember.
I just want to say condolences to the family that lost their only daughter to the accident that was on Crane over the weekend, and that we were talking about that. In fact, the lady that showed up specifically that knew the family, so I got a little bit more insight. And I talked to Mason about connecting with possibly the principal for next year, or having some sort of, I mean, it's effective when you have a family member that can go in front of a group of kids and they see this, and kids are out of school, but I will tell you, North Carolina does a decent job of getting training for kids with all the requirements that they require. Mason pointed out to me that there's not a lot, most of the kids come in with only their parents teaching them how to drive, not an official instructor. So anyways, I'm going to reach out to the principal about doing something that is just an awareness thing for the kids, but it's sad it shouldn't have happened, and again, it was a speeding issue, there was some other issues, my understanding were, but anyways, condolences to them. Obviously, summer has started, be safe out there and enjoy your family time if you have plans. Now we need to move into closed session.
Hang on a second, do I remember what I was going to say?
Circle back.
So it's been brought to my attention by a resident of the Chimneys of Marvin since we've been on this campaign to get annexation. It was brought to my attention that previous council rejected their desire to become part of Marvin because of patio homes in the development. They said that they didn't meet our criteria years ago when they asked to be part of Marvin.
Reject the Chimneys of
I knew of council members that weren't in favor of that group, including some other neighborhoods. Interestingly enough, their neighborhoods that they lived in didn't meet Marvin standards. So
it was,
Did they actually put in a petition to join?
I'm not sure if it was official, but I know that it was poo-pooed by the current council for them to come into Marvin. So it kind of burned the bridge on the older residents, but he said that, of course, there's been a lot of new residents that moved in, but they were very much in favor at the time of coming into Marvin, so maybe that's something that we could revisit with that particular, hone in on that particular community. I didn't know.
I think there was some other neighborhoods.
I'll just go ahead and say in public what I think the reasoning, what I inferred the reasoning was, is that because they weren't the kind of lot sizes and stuff, that the feeling was that those residents would be more in favor of high density, and that wasn't a good fit. That was their, I don't know where they got that from, but it's like, if you look at the map and stuff, and boy, what would that bring into the community? And I think, quite frankly, they were also this is a political issue, that they were fearful that they would lose control of, because now you have higher density and you get representation from there, and because it's a bigger neighborhood, you knew maybe one or two people, and these guys wouldn't get reelected. And that's just the sense that I got. I've never said that myself, but because I know there was Hunter Oaks was the other neighborhood that, and at the end of the day, it is open to the neighborhoods that, my understanding, got attached to currently. The conversation I had with the lady, I said, don't feel that your conversation is being fallen on deaf ears, but my argument to you would be, if you were to be part of, your neighborhood was part of Marvin, you would have representation. Right now, all you can do is go to your HOA and go bark at the DOT or the county. And there's, I told about WUMA, and just, as I was talking to her, Mason came up and gave me this. I said, so don't think we're not talking about speeding. Speeding's on, that's top on our agenda. But again, it's a representation thing. I have no problem. You see communities like Hunter Oaks that just kind of close that network up. Now, as you look beyond Coles and stuff in those neighborhoods, it's like, okay, now that brings in some other areas of, where we talked about, and I think we decided, we haven't decided this, but beyond that, things that don't make sense are like the storage facility, the pool, those aren't not necessarily Marvin, so maybe that's the borderline. I don't know, because we've never discussed it, but I will say there are neighborhoods that have expressed interest that are fairly close that could be a Marvin.
Well, you look at the storage and swimming club, they follow that, where Andy's is and all that, there's a trail,
Yeah.
Where it's not Marvin, you can stop at those.
Okay. So, well, it's for another time to talk, but it's a public comment thing, or council comment, so it's something we can talk about and have them or discuss it, how we go, but it's already on the table, how you become part of it.
Refer them to me and Hunter, we'll take care of it.
Okay. So I need a motion to move into closed session.
Pursuant to
Pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A13 for review of closed session minutes and to consult with attorney employed or retained by a public body to protect the attorney-client.
So moved.
There you go.
Let's go. Jason, sit there, I'll be back.
Close it out.
Let's do this quickly.
Christina, you want me to come in there now?
Go shopping.